I
I can't accidentally close it.
yeah. I need to. It'd be nice if we could throw them in tab. I don't know. I usually just leave them in the window because I'm terrible anyway. But see, it's a little bizarre too because I mean I get why it happens. CSS is a nightmare. But in regular mode, all of that text would be black on white. And in the dark mode, they change it to this nice, gray, but then they don't change the stark white. So it's, like, impossible to read.
Yeah, it's pretty weird.
Yeah. But that's not their fault. That's just the nature of homemade content in CSS. So hopefully the people that made our sheet will update theirs soon. We'll see.
Yeah.
Or we can just keep blaming World 20.
We can.
We can do that.
I do say that. They still have not added Artificer, and that's been canon for, like, literally years now, so...
Come on, Roll20.
Yeah.
This is community generated.
Yeah.
Foundry already did so many things.
Anyway, fair warning before we get started, my internet's been shitty all day. If I disappear, that's where I went.
Yeah.
But it's been okay for the past couple hours, so hopefully it holds up. Also, how about that Elden Ring?
Oh my god, I wish I was playing right now.
It looks neat.
Never played a Souls game. It's exactly what I kind of expected from a Souls game, I guess.
Do you like it, though?
I do. I have complaints, because of course I do.
You started playing it?
I did. I was curious to
You
see...
jumped into the
I'm
bandwagon?
so proud. You have no idea how excited I am.
I wanted to
It genuinely fills me with so much joy that you're playing.
Yeah. I wanted to see if my hardware could handle it, and it's been holding up surprisingly well. There was a lot of feedback on, like, the Steam page that the hardware issues were, like, making the game unplayable, and I don't know if they've fixed them since then, or if it's overblown, or if I just lucked out. But, like, my hardware's all, like, 6 or 7 years old, and it's handling it just fine.
I didn't hit a single issue, so I feel like it just got blown out of proportion.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think there might have been, like, some piece of hardware that was having conflicts with it, and it happened to be a lot of people had it.
Right, like if it's a 1070 issue or something that, like, a lot of people are running.
Right. But yeah, I'm running old equipment too, and it runs fine.
Yeah. But with that said, I am enjoying it. I know Dreed is invested in my enjoyment of it, so congratulations. It's a good game.
It reminds me a lot of like a Breath of the Wild, but in the Dark Souls here, you know?
It feels a lot like Breath of the Wild, actually.
It is. It's kind of like if Breath of the Wild was actually good and playable.
I am obligated to complain because this is one of my... I've notoriously said that I don't like video games where the difficulty of the game is fighting bad controls instead of, like...
That's how I always felt about Dark Souls. Yeah. It's just bad controls.
And the controls are so good, though.
They're not. Objectively,
the
controls are bad.
No, you're
actually wrong.
What I mean explain what you mean by bad control.
So, in a lot of action... Okay, never mind. We don't need context. We've all played video games before. In Dark Souls, a very common scenario is the following. You prepare to dodge an enemy attack. The enemy hits you, you fall on your ass, and you're stunned for 300 or 400 milliseconds. When you get back up, as you're waiting for that animation to fade, you are mashing like a parry, or an attack, or a move, or a jump. But because you still have that unfinished dodge from like 600 milliseconds ago, what happens is your character stands up, and then they execute the dodge that you asked for half a second ago. Have
you tried dodging better?
Right, exactly. And that's why I want to be careful, is because obviously the point of the game is learning to fight the bad controls and not mashing things at the wrong time. But it does feel like that's not real difficulty, it's just an annoying way that they queue up inputs instead of handling inputs as they come.
I think it's a thing just to make you so you don't just button mash the entire time. Right. It makes you actually like
the exact same thing for Smash Ultimate.
Yeah, and I can hear tons of arguments for it, and I don't necessarily think it ruins the game. I just have to state that as a gamer, I don't like it when the difficulty of a game is based on fighting the controls, and there's a very big element of that in Dark Souls. It's very much about learning that everything has an animation, and your inputs are queued. So if you ask for something now, it will do it in 300 milliseconds when you're finally able to actually do it. And that's fine, I guess. If that's how they want to do it, that's fine. And I will say, apart from that, it's been a lot of fun. The boss fights are all really interesting. It's fun to like learn the mechanics. It reminds me a lot of raiding. But not 14 raiding, like WoW raiding, where all the bosses actually had like unique mechanics and stuff. I don't know. It's good. It's a fun game. Recommend. And it runs okay on my hardware. And we're not sponsored by them, but if they want to give me money, go for it.
That's not high enough praise, and I won't accept it.
Yeah, that's
Yeah. I'm with Eli. This is the best game I've ever played.
Oh, God, I don't know about that. I was
It's up there for me.
I expect more from the best game I've ever played. Like, I expect an actual story and maybe a little bit of music.
Like, you cannot talk to people who enjoy Dark Souls.
I know, it's a cult.
Just they're fanboys. You cannot.
Yeah. I do appreciate the audacity
Just
of
Saints a
having
good game.
one song that they've played on repeat for 7 hours since I've started the game.
I will give it that. The music in the rest of the
Okay.
Dark Souls was way better than it has been in Elden Ring.
Okay, but at the same time, the boss music has been fucking awesome.
Nah,
Whenever you... No?
no, man.
Okay.
I got
I-
standards for music.
Okay, maybe you're bad and haven't gotten to the good bosses yet, but the music's real good.
Sure.
Have you made it out of the tutorial yet?
Yeah.
This is good music.
I feel obligated to point this
Oh,
out. Because, okay, so... Go ahead. You first. You started. Go ahead.
I just say this is good music. That you link.
Gotcha.
Oh, thanks.
So,
Oh.
when I went into Dark Souls, I had the understanding that it was kind of like just a flat platformer, right? I didn't realize the RPG elements were so big. I was kind of under the impression that it was the sort of the game where you're always equally powerful and you always like do the same amount of damage. I mean, it changes based on your weapons and shit, right? What I didn't realize is that there is some degree of grinding in Dark Souls, or at least in Elden Ring.
Oh yeah, it's
And-
big. It's a big part of it.
Yeah, and because of that, I've just been playing the game as if it was an adventure game. I've been following the Golden Knights and going to each boss as they come up to me. Which means I got to, what's his name? The one that everybody's saying is like the hardest boss in the game for its level. It starts with an M or a B or something, I forget, on the Brit. Doesn't matter. Apparently you're supposed to be like 20 or 30 when you fight him, and I was there at level 6. And I got him down to like a third, and I was like, why is this so fucking difficult? Like, am I really this bad at video game? And it turns out it's because I'm supposed to be doing 6 times as much damage as I'm doing. And that's my story about how I learned that Dark Souls is actually an RPG and not just an action game.
I'm not sure if Elden Ring's the same way as the other Dark Souls games, but the story's like told through the item lore, and not just like presented to you by people talking
Yeah.
to you all the time.
Okay, sure.
That's
Why
part
is-
of it. It's a little less intense now because they got George R. R. Martin to assist, and so some of the dialogue is actually dialogue instead of just insane people talking to you. But yeah, it definitely has a... You need to have played a Souls game to
Yeah,
really
sure.
follow the story.
Yeah, it just mostly just seems like they're like, if you want to know the story, you have to actually,
Yeah.
you can't just passively get it. You have to like pay
Right,
attention
Right,
to what you're
and I
doing.
do want to be clear. Like, the game stands on its own as just being a hard action game, and I think that's fine. I'm enjoying it a lot. I think it's a good game. So I'm not really even saying that, like, it needs to have a story or I'm going to shit on it. I'm just saying I wouldn't dare give it best game of all time, because it has an action game story. It's kind of just a generic fantasy plot. With some gritty, like, grimdark horror shit on top of it.
Yeah.
Anyway, a lot of fun. Highly recommend. All of this to say, that's what I've been doing for a day.
Hell yeah.
We should play some D&D, though. When we left off, you guys were in Unmirage, having recently returned from a trip to Mechanit, where you obtained an orb that appears to do something when you give it commands, specifically when Gale gives it commands. You believe it to be the key to the cellar door, which will open and close the force field, allowing you to eventually go into Storm Cellar, confront Azadirith. Sorry. Yes, no, I got it right for the first time this time. You confront Azadirith and free Gale's people.
Azadirith is Ozzy's son.
Yeah.
Yes.
Correct.
Ozymandias the son.
It's
Before
his
doing
fault
that,
for naming everyone with his fucking nickname.
it's very...
Can you
very
just
egotistic.
quickly, just as a recap since we're here, just list every Aussie
Sure.
dragon real fast?
I can. I'm not going to be able to match them all one-to-one, but there's Azadirith. Ozymandias is the dad. Azuraphale. Azuratnam. Oztakazka. There's at least one more.
Wait, who the fuck is Azuraphale?
No shit. Was I supposed to say that? Hang
How
on.
familiar? No.
Got him. Free lore.
Free lore.
Nomad just.
Oh, maybe
screams,
Azuraphale is Mr. White. I was reading Mr.
Azuraphale
White
of
as
the
an
Yeah,
Az.
I'm just
Yeah.
assuming that like Yule's in the corner. She's just listing off random names.
Right.
Yeah.
It's definitely Mr. White because we forced him to say his true name.
Okay, thank God.
Yeah.
Speaking of Mr. White, you do know that he is still here in town in some sort of a dungeon under close monitoring by the finest of mages and scholars and guards. He hasn't tried anything suspicious, according to Elise, and, he's kind of at your mercy if you guys decide you want to do anything with him.
Yeah.
She's also happy to give you guys food and rest, basic supplies, your lay of the town if you need to do any shopping. She'll put in a good word for you if you need to buy anything expensive. Although she does mention that, a lot of things are kind of being used for the restoration project.
Yeah. No. I just want to know how many wizards she has and how many spell books of theirs I can look at.
Oh, boy. Yeah, at least like 4 or 5, and they would probably have the full gamut of basically anything that you want, and I can't think of any reason why they wouldn't allow you to just copy them. So as many as you can afford to copy, I guess. You would have a difficult time finding the extremely high-level stuff. I'll say that they have basically every 1st through 5th spell in the wizard list known to man.
Yeah.
And they probably have a decent collection of 6th and 7th as well. If you want anything over 7th level, hit me up with a luck check. We'll get it sorted out.
Sure. And the more difficult one, I think, is the finding cleric spells, because clerics don't have books.
Oh, right. So you're trying to find cleric spells that you can copy down into a spellbook. They do have a healthy community. Well, okay, they did, but
They did, yeah.
Shit. Okay, that's gonna be.
Then we realized this was shit.
Yeah.
The entire thing was shit.
Give me a luck check. This is gonna be kind of difficult.
Okay, to find a surviving cleric.
Not necessarily to find a surviving cleric, but to find even surviving archives that you could use to learn. Like you said, clerics they're not typically the sorts of people that write their spells down. So it would already be hard to find a bunch of cleric spells in scroll or book form to begin with, but especially without any living clerics, it'd be really hard.
This might be ludicrous because this is a luck check, but can I assist him in looking for it?
No.
Wow,
I mean,
that took forever to come out. It's fine.
Yeah, you could have theoretically helped him investigate the town to find. You couldn't help him by influencing his luck in any way. And the luck is that there simply are not a lot of resources available. They have in the emergency safe where you guys found the donations before, potions and a couple of spare holy symbols and obviously some gold. Well, there was some gold. Some things that have been donated. And there are in there 2 or 3 scrolls of lesser restoration.
Could you?
Yeah.
Could he summon Lucifer and just have Lucifer teach him the spells that she knows?
What a delightful question. You could certainly try. Nomad kind of gets the impression that his powers are already the manifestation of channeling the things inside of him.
Yeah.
And he's able to slowly
I need
pry more out.
scrolls.
Right, the process of him pulling minds out of himself and learning what they can teach him is kind of the process of leveling.
No, I meant Lucifer as in the celestial being that he summons.
Yeah.
She doesn't have spells.
Oh, she doesn't? Okay.
Yeah. I
Never
would
mind
say
then.
that if she had unique spells, she could take however many hours it takes to turn them into scrolls or whatever. But
Oh no, I can only keep her up for 1 hour at a time.
gotcha.
So,
Yeah, it'd be an arduous process, but Anyway.
what I could do is turn myself into an angel and then do that. Make a scroll. But I can already make a scroll.
Yeah.
I'm very good at making scrolls. It takes a very short amount of time.
It is your class.
You do have that. He's also got a feat for it.
Yeah. They kind of stack and it's great.
Ace, what's up?
I know we talked about buying some gems.
Yes.
Yeah, gems.
I would like to buy some gems in town if I can.
Sure. What
Yeah.
did we end up saying you were looking for?
I need 4 2C stones of blue or pink.
Easy enough. Yeah.
And then I think I already made the luck check for if they had the one that I needed that was the same color. So unless someone else in the party has it's on the other sheet, so I don't know exactly what it is, but
Yeah, I'll throw you guys over there. There weren't any that were just sitting here in this public inventory. If anybody has any in their private inventory, Ace could possibly come around asking.
yeah, I need a 4C 4V of is that purple?
I think you technically only need it to be 6V. You do have a couple of 4C4Vs,
Oh.
so you got a white one and a purple one. But getting a gray one would make it easier to craft.
Either a gray. I think I just need. Is it a gray? Is it just needs to be? Does it need to be gray specifically, or does it need to be matching of one of the other colors?
So you've already got the 3 grays. You need 1 more. Or, theoretically, you could grab 3 more whites or 3 more purples. You want a set of 4 is what you're getting at.
Yeah. Does anyone happen to? I mean, I think I have in my inventory. I think I still have the one that I got, but I think it might be too big. It's the 6C 8V, but I think that might be too big.
Yeah, it'd also be, like, overkill for a +2 weapon. I mean, you could do it, but...
Would I get a cooler?
Nope. Sure
No.
wouldn't.
A +2 weapon that also counts as adamantine.
And I think if I make this weapon, I also get like I was either going to do chromatic orb or what was the other one? Chaotic bolt with it. Chaotic bolt just sounded more fun.
Chaos bolt.
Chaos bolt.
I love Chaos Bolt.
Chaos Bolt's a lot of fun. So anyway, you are able to buy as many 2C stones as you need. I think you needed 4 of them, right?
4 of them, yeah.
Yep, and I will go grab prices real quick, but while I'm grabbing those prices, if you want to ask anyone else, see if they've got any 4Cs. Otherwise, what you see here is what you got.
Does anyone have any 4Cs that can help me out?
I don't think I have like any stones written in my like personal inventory. I think all I
Put
have
all,
are
yeah, every stone I have I put in there. The stone page.
I think the only one who like even has a personal inventory is Vasu, and I'm pretty sure he's like used all of the ones that he's bought.
I assume that I could make it without it, and if I get one later on, I can just take out and like replace.
Yeah, it just would take more time and a little bit of lead if you want to like undo it later.
Looks
Would
like
you
all
like-
I got is a couple of 3C 4V purples.
Would
I
you?
think those are smaller than what you're looking for.
What are they?
3C 4V purple. Poiple.
Yeah.
Poiple.
Wait.
Poiple?
Poiple.
Poiple?
Thanks for correcting that.
I don't know. Something just felt off about the way I said it the first time.
So, barring that,
Would you like me to hoist these gems upon you? Sorry, I meant to say foist.
let's see. 2 4.
Their gem trade here isn't as good as it would be in like Eisenmar, for example, right?
Yeah, it has been picking up because again, their main supplier is Saltbolt, which is only a day away.
That's fair.
And it is no longer being siphoned into Mr. White's stuff, which means you guys are basically the sole importers of all of Saltbolt's mining operations right now.
Awesome.
With that said, most of it is immediately going funneled into City Restoration Project.
Yeah.
So they're
How's that going, by the way?
Pretty well. They have actually set up a number of smaller oases throughout the town, especially down near the wall and through the lower city. You can actually see as you're flying, as you flew in, you would have seen, there are a number of, like, fields, like full-ass wheat and corn and barley and flax field growing in the middle of the fucking desert down at the foots of these hills that have been kind of made possible thanks to some green stones, a little bit of druidic magic. They are making good progress, and a lot of that progress is specifically geared towards ensuring that there is an equal abundance of resources and utilities throughout the city.
We don't remember what's in my bow currently, do we?
We don't, but it would not be that powerful, for sure.
Or even probably the right color.
Probably not, unless it was a +1 or +2, and I don't think it was.
It is a +1. It's
Oh.
a +1
It
with
was a-
shadow, with darkness on it.
Gotcha. Then it almost certainly has more of these little 2C4V stones in it up here, which unfortunately is not quite strong enough. So your options are just use one of these other ones temporarily. It'll work just the same. The only downside is that the crafting check will be a little harder because you're not using the right colors. Or use your gray 6C, which will make the crafting check a lot easier, but it just means that you're kind of like, it's overkill. It's a little bit of a waste of a 6C until you pull it out later.
I mean, I'm not using it for anything else unless I can put it into my, unless I can like pimp my ride with it.
With a 60 stone, you could pimp the fuck out of your ride with that. I mean, it would basically let you, like, I'm trying to think of a 6th level spell effect you could put on a forklift, but like,
Let's see.
I mean, that's more
wh-
powerful than animate objects, for instance. This thing could be fully automated and able to like attack and fight.
Oh my
God help us all.
It would be limited because you've only got the 1 stone, but for like an hour every week, you could tell this thing to go, and it would turn into a a combatant.
A fucking
Would die
transformer?
immediately.
It's a transformer?
Yeah.
I think if it's a forklift, it's more of a GoBot.
True,
Aw.
true.
But they're still
Okay.
cool.
Okay, well, fine. I'll not do the lucky thing, I guess. So I can pimp my ride.
All right.
You
So
want to be right
let me
instead.
see. You're gonna be.
I do still need to buy some 4 2C stones
Yeah,
of blue or
and
pink.
I'm figuring out how big they need
Okay,
to be
yeah.
real quick so we can figure out how much you owe. So this is going to be for the +2, which means you have... your new limit is what, 30 now? I know we figured this out before.
Yeah, 30.
Okay, which means these need to each be 2Cs, so it's basically going to be 400 gold for all the 2C stones that you need. And because you have Elise with you kind of vouching for you, I'll say you can get them all for 350.
I still have like 4,000 gold, so I think I'm fine.
Excellent. I'm going to make a quick note real quick. While I'm doing that, whoever is crafting this, let me get a crafting check.
Sure.
And this is for the bow, or
The bow, yes.
okay? Can I help in some way?
Absolutely, yes.
It's currently going to be with advantage and a +6. Just give me your directions.
And we're gonna paint some flames on it. Actually, no. Yeah, flames on it. Does that help it do like some psychic damage?
It looks cool.
Like 1d0 psychic damage? Oh shit!
Holy fucking Christ.
43.
Where... Okay. Well, break down that 24 for me.
24.
Expertise +6?
Expertise +6.
18... Was the...
6
oh,
plus
right,
6 plus
you-
6
Yeah, you have
plus
22
6.
Right.
Imagine if you rolled that for my
Okay,
forklift.
hey, real quick. Where's... Okay, hang on. Expertise +6. That +6 in there is proficiency, right?
The +6 is because he's that special thing.
The historian?
Yeah, the expertise is from Newmad,
Right, and the +6 is from historian?
adding his like proficiency to mine. Yeah.
Okay.
Nothing the
So
rules
for
say.
Rick, it doesn't matter because you beat the 35, so you're going to
Yeah.
get it either way. But isn't there an explicit rule about you cannot add your your proficiency bonus to a thing more than once?
It's not my proficiency; it's his.
I'll double check. Okay, all right. But for the time being, you've clearly beat the highest DC possible.
Yeah.
So I'll whip up something very cool. At the very least, feel free to add that you've got yourself a +2 bow, and I will
Okay.
quickly sort out the additional effects of it.
And I would like to do the chaos bolt because
Chaos
it sounds because it's going to be crazy, and I can have our table to roll on.
Hell yeah, I dig it. I'm trying to... Which one of these is chance? I think it's actually green for chance.
Is green not health? I keep forgetting. I cannot remember any colors for stone.
Same. I know that green is like unintelligent life. I'm just trying to remember what chance
I
is.
think gray is like armor and force.
Correct. Gray is invention, metal, weapons, noise.
And that's what you use for like +2s and stuff. And that's the most commonly used. I think that's the only thing I remember.
Yeah, it was green for chance. I was right. I guess that makes a little sense.
Do we need to use a green in there instead then?
Yes, and I'll assume that you found them and they would be easy enough to find. So
I mean, we have.
I'm gonna go make a card, slap this in it so I don't forget, like we did with your old bow. Ace, card, handout, bow.
I have small money, so I can't do much.
I have money. You need help.
I appreciate it. I don't know what to use it for yet, but looking for spells and stuff. Maybe later.
Yeah. I'll be your like sugar brother.
Sugar brother.
My caramel bro.
Your caramel bro.
Boy, okay.
Maple bro.
This is not getting any better.
It certainly isn't.
My maple sibling.
Hey, Ace.
Worse.
To help me pick
Yes.
out an icon, what does your bow look like? Tell me about this bow.
Oh my god, I didn't even think about this.
Hell, what
So-
do you want? I have no sense of aesthetics. It's gonna look weird if you make me decide.
Okay,
You like
give
it
me- you have to
very
give. I'm gonna have to give me a minute so I can think about this.
All right, sure thing. I will temporarily leave the icon blank, and we'll sort it out as we go. While he's doing that, what is everybody else up to? Or are you guys ready to make your way over to the Wandering Sun?
I feel like I should buy stillstones while I'm in this town where we can get discount stillstones from being gods of this town, but I don't know what the fuck I would even buy or do. I need some non-attunement shit.
That's the hard part.
That's true. Do they have bombs that Nordo can just have?
Like explosive bombs?
Yeah, explosives. We
Um,
have stillstones, but do we have bombs?
They. Uh,
I doubt.
Boy, bombs would normally be found in like a mining town, and the city very explicitly imports all of their mined goods. I'm sure that give me. Somebody can give me an investigation check if you want to go looking for bombs.
I got this. This is what I was born for.
Right. Your Lucia's showing.
I can still feel him out there influencing me.
Mm-hmm.
The lowest it can be is a 24. That was really bad.
Still 24. It's pretty good.
I want to look for the Thieves Guild.
Excellent. You could also give me either history or investigation. Unless you have a special way that you're trying to find it.
Well, he's rolling that just so it can think about what to do with this money.
Sure.
Like, if I buy, just for example, a 5C stone, I put one single 5C stone into one item. Is that I could do, a 5th level spell once a long rest
Pretty
and
much,
not be attunement, and it wouldn't be attunement, or does that depend on the spell?
It depends on the total power level of all the stones you put into. A 5C is just high enough that there would be a roll involved. And you have very good crafters. There's a decent chance that it would be, either limited attunement or no attunement, but...
Okay. Is 5 about as high as you can go without hitting attunement?
5e is, right... It's technically a little bit past the cusp.
Right. Is there... So... Say, for example, one wanted to do a 6th level spell and not use attunement. If you put, I don't know, a few 6C stones, and I guess it doesn't matter. It's all about the power level, huh? That would make it worse.
Right, it's all about the, combined power level of everything that you put into it.
Okay. Got it.
And actually, yeah, I have an exact rule for it. I forgot I did this.
Yeah, you do. I've looked this up once before and I forgot.
So yeah,
Thank you.
With a combined 5, it would be a DC 35 to make it not require attunement.
Dude, that's so high.
But, I mean, with that said, fucking...
Hi!
No man just rolled a
That's
40-something.
true, I guess. And... Is it 4? It doesn't matter. Cool. 5. 5 seems to be the cap. Got it. Carry on.
I did also roll a 17 and a 19 on that, so...
Yeah, it's a thing.
I have to
35
roll
is still
at least
pretty
a
high bar.
16 to
But
get...
we don't have any bardics in this party, do we? Jesus.
We do, but she's in a coma in the corner.
She's in a coma.
Oh, well...
Just
if
naming
you-
off the Oz's.
Yeah. How long does your hero thing, I mean the Unity thing, last?
Oh, that's true. That would count. Last 10 minutes.
Oh, I don't think it's long enough.
D4.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I mean, yeah, I don't
10
know.
minutes.
I guess I can't just give it to you at the end. That's cheese.
Yeah.
And also, you need it for the whole process. But I can use it 6 times a long rest. Just chain it. Then I'm out of it.
Yeah.
Okay, I get it. This was a UA feat. That explains everything. That's fine. We'll play it out. In order, let's see. Ace was first with the investigation check, looking for bombs. 24. You would know that what few bombs that they did have been sent to Saltbowl as kind of a show of good faith and as part of re-establishing their trade route, so that Saltbowl does the mining and they do the importing and the crafting. So unfortunately, you are not able to find any sort of bombs in town. With that said, the person that tells you all of this is this is kind of older Kinra folk with these gray hairs all over his muzzle and his head and his ears. He looks like he's probably 60, although he talks like he's 35, and you get the feeling that he's the sort of person who is just had a few close encounters with death and lives a very stressful life and probably worked the night shift for too long. A little bit crazy. And he does tell you that Basrat, you can throw his name around when you get to Salt Bowl, and you might be able to get a little bit of a discount when you get there. History, Gale 16, Thieves Guild, Unmirage. Boy, you would know that there is one for sure. You would know that they tend to operate out of the lower city. 16 though, I don't. Unless you have some way to give yourself advantage, I don't think a 16 is going to give you the exact location. But you would at least know to head to Lower City and start wandering around there if you want to be in the general area.
Okay. I'll go down and just see if I can find somebody.
All right. How do you do this? Do you do this by asking around? By like?
Yeah, I literally just go up to people and I say, "Thieves Guild."
Give me a persuasion check.
God, we're rolling real good tonight.
So, Gale.
I guidance myself before I say that to people.
Okay. All right.
There's a little sparkle in my eye that tells them that I'm trustworthy.
Gale, this person walking around with what must be hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of equipment and machines, literally a prince, although it's probably not known to these people, but definitely pretty wealthy and an adventurer.
Sochi?
Not a prince.
Begins to wander around in the slums asking people if they're thieves, or if they know where the Thieves Guild is. There are a few.
Oh, you were talking about me. I thought you were implying that I was talking that I found some prince running
That's what I
around,
thought too.
Oh,
and I was going to go and talk to them.
No. What I'm getting at is a couple of people, like, they initially take it the wrong way, but then you're able to smooth talk and explain what you're getting at. They are all able to tell you, like, oh yeah, they come out at night sometimes. You have to watch your things. It's honestly been a lot better since we got all the fountains and stuff installed down here. I don't know if it's because they're scared by, all those angel things that were out, or if they just don't need it anymore because there's food for everyone. But I don't know where they, like, operate from. Some people say it's in the sewers. Some people say it's in the walls, or under the guard post. I'm sorry, I can't be any more useful than that. I wish I could. You seem nice. But you kind of go from person to person, and with an 18, I think that the most useful response that you would get is they're very secretive. They don't typically make their location known. But if you wanted to, you could try to find, I don't know, you could, like, try to get robbed and ask them or something. I don't know. They all want to help you, but it doesn't seem that it's generally public knowledge where the Thieves Guild is.
All right. Well, thank you very much. Guess I'm gonna go and try and get robbed, and I I go up to everybody that gave me any little bit of information, and just anyone that I could see that looks particularly chatty, and I give them all like 5 gold.
Excellent. You
And I just start randomly handing out 5 gold, and it kills Gale inside. every piece of gold he
Right.
gives away is a little blow to his tiny, corrupted little heart.
Yeah.
But they'll tell me how much I spend.
Excellent. Okay, well, I'm trying to figure out the cost of blood in the water. Let me jump over real quick. Nomad, what's up?
I was wondering if Zanetta is sorry. Something in my throat.
Oh, no.
Is Zanetta Zavada happen to be around? Since he's kind of been put in charge by moi on the protection and management of operation of trade routes.
Right.
And I don't think I have time to go to Salt Bowl right now.
Right. Give me you just give me a
Must
luck
check,
check to
I
see
think.
whether he's
Yeah.
here or in Salt Bowl, yeah.
It does go back and forth. Oh my god, for this, it's really high.
Wow. Yeah, no, you're able to catch him while he's here. He does kind of mention, yeah, you actually caught me at a good time. I've been over in Saltpool for the most part, but, what can I do for you?
Oh, I just like an update on what's been going on. Anything changed recently? Anything new? Anything weird?
Yeah, business is, it's been an upkeep for sure. Just a big uptick. things have been going very well. I have to admit, some of these policies, initially when you mentioned them, I was dubious. But seeing what you have done, not only in Salt Bowl, but here, I might, I dare say we might have a flower in the desert soon enough. It's been more prosperous than I think I've seen in a long time. Things are moving quickly, still at a bit of a political pace. It's not going to happen overnight. But things are going well. I'm happy to report that everything has been going pretty smoothly in your absence.
Very pleased to hear this. Do you have any suggestions? Anything you want changed?
God, he does.
I have a form. I have a form for this. Don't worry here.
Yeah,
And you may send it to like Elise, and I'll take it later.
he does, but he would want to talk your ear off at the opportunity. What he does is he starts pitching this idea that at first sounds like, okay, so we have all these trade routes, right? And they've been bustling, even more busy than before, especially over the past couple of weeks. Caravans going back and forth and back and forth. And, monsters and bandits have always been a bit of a problem. And I really just think that if you give me permission to enact much stricter punishments for bandits and highwaymen, like the ability to kill them without discrimination or a court of law, so that we don't have to go through the hassle of going back to town every time that we captured them. They're just thieves and beggars. They're going to, instead of bringing them back to the gallows, if you could just sign this license right here that gives me and my men permission to kill all criminals on sight, that I think would really speed up the operation. We'd be making a lot more money a lot more quickly.
That would expedite the entire process.
Yeah,
I agree.
due process.
Yeah, but due process would be against the whole idea of perhaps putting them to work instead and seeing what they can achieve on a higher standards.
Isn't that slave labor?
What? No, they get paid after.
Oh, okay. So forced paid labor.
Kind of like, here, learn to work.
Indentured servitude.
Yeah, but paid.
Forced paid labor.
Yeah. Better than rotting in jail, is it not?
I mean, they're just...
Or being killed.
They're just goblins and orcs and it's the wildlings. They're not like...
What's wrong with orcs?
Are you there?
If the nomad's there, I'm with him.
Well, the civilized ones are fine, but we're talking about barbarians. We're talking about, people that come down from the mountains. They just want what we have, and they can see that it's free for the taking.
So you're generalizing an entire group of people.
Well, just the orcs from the mountains. All right, you've caught me. Yes, sorry, I didn't realize I had to watch my words so carefully around you. But yes, the orcs from the mountains.
The orcs from the mountains. Have they been a problem recently?
Are you asking him, or is that a knowledge check?
I could do a knowledge check first.
And do I know anything about these orcs in the mountain?
You guys can give me a history check. Now, of course they've been a problem. We've been trading 3 times as much, so they've been robbing 3 times as much. They've been investing more into their brigades. No, Matt, the only really experience that you have with them is you would know that there are some that live out on the plain. They were typically... they don't like the idea of living in cooperation with people who have historically oppressed them from the south and from the north. So they maintain independent settlements throughout the deserts. But, it's the desert. They don't have a lot of things. So they do a lot of raiding. They do a lot of brigades. Yeah. They have a very kind of like... it's a rough society. These are the people that put you in the arena in session 1. They're the ones that ran that.
Do I get the sense that Zuku and the Bone Meal Boys have any ties with them whatsoever?
If they did, it would not be like an official thing, because they in fact, you would kind of get the impression with your 27, the people outside the city probably don't like Zuku, and they probably don't like,
that's why I imagine Zuku might have more of, even if they're not like aligned, like they've had dealings, or have encountered each other.
They might have like a rivalry possibly, but like it would be a disdain for sure, because she's living in a lap of luxury by cooperating with these southern dogs instead of living off the land like they did for centuries. And I don't know. In fact, well, 27 history, you spend a lot of time with Zuko. You would actually probably know that things are probably a bit worse out there ever since she came here, because she helped enrich the land, and, she was responsible for cultivating food out there. And they have others like her. They have other people that, produce food and,
Yeah,
help.
Zuko's in Salt Ball, I believe.
Correct.
Is she here as well?
No, she's in Salt Bowl.
Okay.
But yeah, you're able to get a status report. You get the impression that this dude, although he is subservient to and will remain subservient for the remaining 11 months of this spell, still has his penchant. He views a lot of these people as criminals and underlings. He believes that, if you would give him permission to do things judiciously, that it would speed up operations a lot, and that they probably deserve it because they're just criminals.
Understood and noted.
All right. Nordo, what's up? And we're
Okay.
coming back to you, Gail, I promise.
Mine's more of just like a rules question. So 5th level spell, or 5th level stone, put it in an object as long as it's 1, DC 35 check to make a once per long rest use of that spell.
Sure. Yep.
So, is it cheese, or is this just actually an option to make 6 different items that each have 1 5C stone in them, to each have one, effectively one spell stored in each of these items?
If you
Okay.
can afford it.
Okay, cool. In that case, I'll probably shop for some stones, and I'll send you a list in just a second, but go to the next person.
Yep, absolutely. And in fact, if that is the method that you're trying to take, getting something like a wand or scrolls or a consumable item will be even more cost efficient.
Yeah, but I don't want it to be consumable. I want to be able to use it once for long
That's
rest.
fair.
What I'm kind of envisioning here is this isn't the actual item, but you know how there's the necklace of prayer beads for paladins?
Oh, yeah.
I kind of, something like that. Like there's 5 or 6 gems on a necklace or a bracelet or something, and each one has a spell in it, and I can use it. But each gem is its own item, or such that I'm not prohibited
not
by the crafting check.
Right, they're not combined, so they don't require it to. No.
Great, so that's 6 crafting checks that each have a DC 35. But
Sure. Absolutely doable. If you can afford to make it, then that is how it works.
cool.
Let's see. Okay, Gale. There is a point as you're doing all of this, where there is this little figure who is almost eye to eye with you. In fact, just a little bit taller than you. It is a young rat folk who is kind of very clearly in rags. She looks a little dirty. She looks like she probably lives on the street. But she comes up to you and kind of taps you on the shoulder. And when you turn around, you can see that over her arm, she has just a bunch of things that she has found. Some of them are like these nice brightly colored bracelets. Some of them are little pieces of metal that, look like they could potentially be used as scrap, although they certainly aren't valuable. She has a book that she's holding in one hand that's kind of tattered and worn. It looks like it was probably fished out of the garbage at some point, but it is all in one piece. You can see it's just a little fiction novel. And she's like, hey, mister, do you want to buy anything?
Yes. Do you have poisons?
She looks a little bit inward, and she kind of looks a little bit saddened by that. She says, no, I could probably go find some gross things.
No, that's fine. You're just you're just genuinely trying to sell me stuff, huh?
Yeah, I know I don't have much, but, it's, I found this book. It's really interesting. I've read through about a third of it so far, and I'm the hero's really brave and strong, and it's a good story about the ocean and sailing and chasing this big fish, who might maybe be a person. I haven't gotten far enough to finish it, and I don't know if that's how the story goes, and I don't want to ruin it, but it's pretty good. I think you'd like it.
Do you have parents?
She again kind of looks a little downward and she shakes her head and says, I did, but I think you, if I heard correctly, I think you and your friends are the ones that killed the monsters.
Oh God, I thought you were gonna say that I killed them. Okay,
Oh, do you
thank
kill
God.
people?
Well, sometimes, when necessary.
She, okay. Give me either. What is your passive investigation?
22.
22. She looks a little bit past you and makes a face that's like, no, like don't do it, like a call off sort of face when you say that.
Okay, good. I'm not gonna break eye contact with her, and I'm gonna have Toto leap out of the shadows and attack whoever she was making eyes at. Uh,
Um, Toto, he can't be surprised. He hasn't. Give me a perception check on Toto.
oh, you fool! Why did you even ask Toto to make a perception check?
I assume he's pretty good at this. When you kind of relay this to Toto, Toto does a quick scan and kind of follows the eye line to see what she was looking at. And you can see that there is not much taller, maybe 4 or 5 inches. Another rat folk with the same fur color, scraggly. A boy, probably 13 or 14, and just as dirty rags, in fact, probably a little bit dirtier. Who's got his hand in his pockets, he's trying to look a little nonchalant, he's trying to play it cool. Who was just kind of like doing a lap around the same couple of stalls nearby, and has started to walk over in your direction. Still like 20-25 feet from you. But then as soon as she like looks over and does that subtle like no, call it off motion, he stops and starts to just kind of walk in a different direction over to one of the other stalls.
Okay, cool.
And Toto would have noticed this for sure.
Yeah, Toto's gonna just like run over and like sidetrack the kid.
Yeah, easy enough. I mean, give me an athletics check, I guess, to make it official. Yeah, out of nowhere, Toto kind of goes up to this kid and just body checks him, and he kind of like tumbles onto the ground. Yeah, instinctively, he scrambles to his feet, and he looks like he's gonna run.
Yeah, I'll just have.
Pretty good on the initiative, but what would you like to do?
Well, they beat me in initiative, but I'll have Toto just like pin the kid down if he can.
Alright, excellent. He does immediately use half his movement to stand up. He runs the remaining 15 feet away. He triggers, so if you want to like do a grapple as an opportunity attack or something, you can, or you can just have him go pounce. I guess either way, give me an athletics check.
Yeah, I'll let him run for a little bit, and then Toto will just like run over and like try and grab him by the back of the shirt collar or whatever. Ooh, that's not good for Toto.
Yeah, Toto is able to kind of grab onto one of these, the corner of his shawl or his cloak, and it pulls free. But this slinky, kind of slippery boy, just like lets the cloak go, and begins to bolt down the market street. A couple of people call after him, "Thief! Stop the thief!" Not even seeing him do anything. And he kind of like ducks into an alley around the corner. Gets maybe 30, about 30 feet or so away, around the corner. And you do see that the little girl takes this opportunity to like slink off. She starts to run.
Okay. Can I try and grab her by the wrist?
Absolutely. Give me athletics.
God, thank fuck.
It's really easy. She seems so distracted, and she actually kind of goes like, "No, run, Allie!" And then starts to run herself. But by that time, you've already got a firm grip on her, just kind of by the wrist. And she's not that much bigger than you, and she just she drops everything that she was carrying. The book kind of clatters on the ground.
Yeah.
It's like, "No, please let me go."
Yeah, I go and I pick up the book. I'm going to put it into my bag. I'm going to take out a platinum piece. And I'm going to put it into her hand, and I'm going to let go of her wrist.
She stops, and she looks up, and she looks around. I didn't take it. He gave it to me. And people kind of start to crowd around. Please tell him.
Didn't take what?
My heart.
The coin. She holds the coin. She's offering it back.
You know what? Hold that thought 1 sec, and I'm going to take out my gun.
What are you doing with it? Where do you point it?
Alright, I'm going to just... Alright, just hold on, kid. God, am I really going to waste this?
Probably do it.
Can't wait.
Yeah,
Do
why
it.
not?
I'm
All
so
right.
nervous.
I'm gonna activate my hurricane. I'm just gonna aim kind of up in the air, fire, and the bullet's gonna shoot and start ricocheting around and go after the other kid. I'll roll to make it official just in case. but-
All right. Yeah, it clatters off a couple of metal
Okay.
pots. There's a bang, 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 and you watch it whizzes down the alleyway.
So importantly, this doesn't do damage.
Okay. It's curious.
But I do need him to make a wisdom saving throw.
Oh.
Sick. He turns into an abyssal chicken, and Toto's gonna go and pick him up and pull him back here.
Alright, a few seconds later, this crowd is kind of gathered around you. You can see that she's sitting there, and she is, especially after you fired that gun, she screams, she just begins sobbing, she doesn't know what's going on, she's scared. She's trying to tell these people that she didn't take the coin, she didn't do anything. But then Toto comes around with this chicken who is kicking and clawing and doing his best to break free, and kind of just sets it down in front of you.
Importantly, abyssal chicken.
Right. This
So-
earless, featherless, terrible creature. He
Yeah.
just sets it down and then puts a paw on top of it to hold it in place for you.
Okay, can I, God. Alright, it's fine. She's fine. She didn't take anything.
See, I told you. What did you do to him?
Now here, take your brother and go be safe. Also, where's the Thieves Guild? I need to talk to an adult.
Give me either intimidation or persuasion.
I'm so good at intimidation, but I think I'll go persuasion.
For what it's worth, intimidation feels pretty justified at this point.
Alright. If you insist. Alright. Be at 22 for persuasion.
She picks up all of her things suddenly. She looks at you for a minute, kind of tucks the coin into behind her cloak. And then she kind of she leans in and motions for you to lean in so she can whisper something.
Alright, I'll lean in.
Alright. She... Oh, she's gonna get in so much trouble. That's fine. She has to do it. She mentions that at the foot of the aqueduct, there is a little grate where the third bar is bent weird. And if you grab and pull that bar like a lever, it opens up. And that will lead down into a place where some of her friends hang out. is the way that she puts it.
Okay. And are your friends like adults?
She does not, yeah.
Okay. You need new friends. And a father figure, but that's not my problem, so enjoy your platinum. And I'll go and head over to the grate.
Alright. Does he unchicken? What happens to him?
I'll have Toto snap his neck and pop back into
What a truly horrifying experience. Well done.
human form.
Alright. Noted. Excellent.
Fortunately, he took on Abyssal Chicken stats entirely. Like, it was polymorph, so he probably doesn't remember it.
Yeah, that's probably true. Just a
Yeah.
very bizarre...
He'll just have a lot of really horrible nightmares for the rest of his life.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Alright. Excellent. Let's see, real quick, jumping back before we follow up on that. Let's see here. Nordo. So theoretically, you could do pretty much any of those. The hard part is just going to be finding the stone, especially finding them to be a lucky merge. So let me take a look.
So I think they have to be, because a normal 5C stone is 32V, which I think is unachievable for us on its own.
Right.
Well, I guess, I don't know, can you put like a 4C and a 1C together to make a 5C?
You cannot, but you might be able
Okay.
to find one that is like a little bigger than 16 for a little bit
Right.
cheaper.
It's like, 'cause we can go as big as, what, like 27, which you can't quite do that 32. So I don't need it to be 16 small, just 27 small.
Go ahead and give me a luck check. We'll call this one a different one because it's technically a different tier than what Ace was looking for. But likewise... Or yeah, go ahead.
So if that's not good enough, I'm willing to use inspiration on it.
Go ahead, because currently that is not going to cut it.
Or luck checks, fucking
There we
D20s.
go.
I've been rolling D100s.
Yeah,
There
they're
you
D20s.
go. Wow. Okay.
Nice.
With the 19, Elise is able to point you out to one stone that they brought into town recently. It was a big find. It was one of the best things from the latest haul in from Salt Bowl. It is a 5C 24V, and she is willing to part with it for 260 gold.
Yeah, happily, I'll pay that for sure.
Alright, excellent. Color-wise, let's see. You rolled 19 on a luck check. Almost all of those are going to be that. So I'll say it's gray. Yeah, you got a really good luck check. It's a gray 5C. What did I say? 24V.
And there's only one stone?
Yeah, just the one. And you would
Even
know
on
that
a 19?
Yeah, even on the 19, and you would know that that's like this is a pretty big find. Even even on the 19, that's what you get with a 19. 5Cs, especially dense 5Vs or 5Cs are not common. They're a rare find.
I see. Okay.
You had to buy it directly from the queen. It's very rare.
Yeah.
With that said, you check back a few times, especially in Salt Bowl, like before the stuff gets shipped on Mirage, you might have a little bit of a better chance. Or in a really big city that does a lot of merging, that has a lot of hobbyists that craft them artificially, which is typically where a lot of stones of this level come from in the main world, or the mainland anyway.
Gotcha.
But that would be enough to make one of those things, potentially.
Okay, cool. Sorry, tell me again. It was 5C 24V gray?
Yep, correct.
Alright, so I can write that down.
Alright. Let's see. Anything else? You're going to the Thieves Guild immediately, or does anybody have anything else first? Sick, let's do it. Do you head over right
you're
away, or do you wait for
visiting the
night?
Thieves Guild.
I just go as soon as possible.
Okay. You're able to kind of follow the directions over to the base of the aqueduct, where you do find that there's a grate that has a loose lever. You're able to pull it, and sure enough, it kind of like gives In a clunky manner, it swings open the whole grate with a little bit of the stone wall too, like a makeshift door or a portcullis of some sort. And you can see that there are some very worn and dilapidated but well-used stone stairs that descend a little bit. And at the bottom of that, you do see that there is a hallway that is dimly lit by a couple of torches, regular torches that are just kind of burning. You can see that there's smoke charred at the top of this hall. And there are 3 iron doors all down one side of this hallway, all of which are currently closed.
All right. Gale is just gonna walk down the hall and start hollering, just, "Hello, I'm here to do business."
Excellent.
Should really have a receptionist or post some guards or something.
From the middle door, after a little while, there's a you see a slot kind of open several feet above you, and a big pair of minotaur eyes kind of poke through. And I'll be right back, just a second. Okay, back. This big minotaur kind of looks down at you. He kind of like looks around a few times first, trying to see who's out there, and it takes him a while to eventually look low enough to spot you down.
I'll like jump a little bit.
Okay, perfect. It says, what do you want?
I'm looking for a fence and a poison dealer.
Did you just say that out loud?
Yeah.
Don't know where you heard anything about that. This is just my house. Get lost.
Well, Edna Crustelweasel gave me this information, and I trust her.
I don't know an Crustal Weasel.
It's a shame. Are you gonna let me in? Look, we can do this song and dance for the next hour, or we can just cut to the chase, because I know what this is. You know what this is. We both know. Let's skip the charades.
Give me either a luck check or a persuasion check.
Oh. God, I'm rolling so bad.
I feel terrible. This is your thing.
Is it?
He's got plus 10 to that.
Persuasion, yeah.
Really good persuasion.
I just haven't rolled above 10.
No, okay, I remember now. You rolled a few times that are above 10, and they were wonderful. Or for useless things. You have advantage somehow?
You want a fence, go find a carpenter. You want a poisoner, go talk to an exterminator.
How high is the slot?
It's a standard sized door, which means the slot is probably about 6 feet off the ground.
Alright. I'm gonna dig into my pouch again. I'll pull out a coin and I'm gonna try and huck it through the slot at this guy.
What kind of coin?
Platinum piece.
He kind of recoils for a second. There's a clattering. You can hear the coin lands on the other side.
That I roll great on, of course.
After a couple of seconds, it would be longer than that. There are a couple of minutes of silence. The slat closes shut. You hear footsteps vaguely on the other side beginning to walk off. And for a little while, you begin to wonder if this guy has just taken your money and walked with it. After about 2 minutes, You can hear the fumbling of locks from the other side. The door creaks open very, 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 very slowly. And you begin to see kind of spilling out through the crack is this bizarre kind of green goo. And after 5 or 6 seconds, it begins to take on a shape. And eventually, after like 20 or 30 seconds, all of it has kind of slipped through the door and has taken on a vaguely humanoid shape. It almost looks like a caricature of a kobold, about your height, with a big goofy head, a long tail that kind of slithers longer than it should. And you can see that after it fully forms, it kind of reaches back through. And you can see that someone on the other side hands him a little hat, which he puts onto his head, and a very small kind of leather pouch, which he kind of pulls through the door. And then the door slams shut behind him, and you hear the locks go again one more time. And then this faceless, formless ooze wearing a hat and holding a pouch begins to kind of dig through the pouch. And one by one, it pulls out things. There's like a little sprig of these dark purple leaves. Then you can see there's a little glass vial that has this bubbling red liquid inside of it. You can see that there is a little pair of mushrooms that are wrapped in cheesecloth. And it just kind of sets out an array of 5 or 6 things in front of you and then looks at you.
Cool. Can you talk? Or is this like a telepathy thing?
You watch as he holds his left arm straight out and forming like the ooze forms letters down the length of his arm. And they read, "Are you buying?"
Yes. But I don't want your generic shit. I need your services. I need a custom order.
It begins to kind of pack the things back into the bag, but it looks at you like it's listening.
Alright. I need poison that would kill a dragon. A green one.
It reaches back into the pouch, and it pulls out a pair of the cheesecloth with a couple of mushrooms in it. He sticks his arm straight out, and you see the words 300 gold pieces.
Can I do an insight check?
Absolutely.
Cool. Can I do a... God, I don't even know if I have anything that would be appropriate for this.
One thing that you certainly could do is... Well, I don't even know.
Can I do a Mason's Tools check?
It wouldn't be Mason's Tools, for sure. Do you have anything that might give you information about poisons or dragons?
Sure don't. I have Thieves' Tools, Tinker's Tools, Mason's Tools, Vehicles, Carpenter's Tools, or Smith's Tools.
Boy. I will allow you to just give me a general intelligence check if you want. Nah. Do as you will. You don't have any special insight to this scenario.
Sick. Well, how many has he got?
He just motions to the one cheesecloth, which has 2 mushrooms in it. And he seems to be offering the whole bundle for 300 gold.
Oh, sick. Okay, then yeah, I'll take that. These are just like portobellos, and I've just wasted 300 gold. It's actually what I'm going to put them as in my inventory, just 2 portobellos.
He does hand them over. He takes the gold, puts it into the pouch, and then he looks at you, kind of just with a blank expression to see if there is anything else.
Yeah, that guy's real rude. I just point to the door.
It shrugs. He kind of like looks over his shoulder up to the door and then back to you and shrugs.
Do you guys do, like... Are you hireable? Can I purchase your services to go do some things?
It holds an arm out and slowly forms the words, "What kind of things?"
You want to go... Do you want to go do some murder?
He shakes his head, crosses his arms in front, and then spells out the words, "I'm not a killer. Not even a criminal."
What about... What if the murder is justified?
He begins to kind of like throw the bag over his shoulder, turns and knocks a couple times on the door.
Okay, but is there anybody in there
He holds his
that
arm.
might...
He holds his arm out and says, "Find a guard." Give me a persuasion check to see if he will tell you about anyone else. You see that the door opens with a resounding thump after the locks are undone, and he slips out. And once again, for several minutes, you kind of get the feeling that maybe he's just leaving you high and dry. But then once again, a couple minutes later, you hear the locks beginning to open, and the door begins to swing out again. And this time, this kind of shrimpy rat folk, who still kind of towers over you at about 5.5 feet tall, sticks just his head out in these kind of beady little eyes. You can see he's got a half-finished cigarette. It's like, "Oh, you're smarter than I thought. What do you want?"
Are you... God, you're tiny.
You want to talk?
How do you feel about going to kill some slavers?
It sounds like a hassle.
Pay is good.
How good we talking?
Mm, 5 gold pieces a head.
Oh boy. Pretty sure the guards get paid more than that just to do their job, you know.
Yeah. I just wanted to make sure that you weren't stupid. Do I... no, I wouldn't. So... 250. For... No, Jesus. You insane?
Maybe.
Besides, you're probably not even going to get any kills. 250 to accompany us for a day's work. That's not counting travel time to get to the location, but we'll cover your expenses for that.
Give me persuasion check.
Nope. I'll see myself out. Thanks.
Listen, if you're trying to do some crimes, I'm gonna call the guards. Like this is you come down into my house and you ask about murder. No, get out. Come on, scram. This is a clean place. And sure enough, you see he kind of raps on the metal door behind him a couple times. It cracks, and then, well, I guess he's only been sticking his head out to begin with. Yeah, he just pulls his head back out, and it slams shut.
God, it's so tempting to just seal this door. Seal this door with stone and trap all of these people in there. Anyways, I'm gonna go with my mushrooms.
Excellent.
Start plotting how I'm gonna get somebody to eat these.
In the meantime, Nordo, what have you been up to?
Just while I was shopping for that 5C stone, in the course of that shopping, do I find any 4C stones of the appropriate colors that don't even need to be lucky merged, just like regular 4C stones?
Unfortunately not, and that is what Ace has already done the luck check for.
Oh, is it okay?
Yeah, I did really bad. I'm sorry.
But I did really good. Okay.
I know.
Ace, what's up?
Well, hail.
I'm just gonna flip this idea by you. You said I can put a spell on this thing. What about Ashadalon's stride on site on this forklift?
Oh, okay, right. Let me take a look.
That's a good one.
Yeah. I don't know. As many charges as possible, if it could be passive all the time, I would probably just come right now. Which
So-
I'm sure it's not going to because it's
Right.
3rd level.
Right, yeah. The number of stones is very explicitly what determines whether or not something is passive or has charge. And without 4 of the same stone, you cannot get a passive effect. With that said, okay.
Chardalon's Stride.
Yeah.
Stride, Flames of a Dragon Blast.
Pretty much I'm just gonna flavor it as like those illusionary painted flames just become real flames, and
Oh
then
my
I can just
goodness.
zoom around and shoot things,
That's fucking awesome.
and they can't do attacks of opportunity against me, and it increases the speed of it.
And you're talking about putting like your 6C stone into this?
I want to put this into my forklift and pimp it
Hell,
out.
Absolutely. Yes.
Whatever other stones I could put into it. I mean, I'm just splitting the idea for now, but whatever other stones I could need, we can kind of talk about it after the session.
Yeah.
So I'm sure soon at some point we want to kill some stuff.
For sure. And actually, your original crafting thing is like an all-day thing anyway, so this would probably have to wait for another day for sure. With that said, you could definitely do that with this 60. You probably wouldn't even need that much. You could, for instance, you have several 3C 8Vs over here, and orange is all about fire. Like, one of those would probably do it.
Are these ones being held for something? I see a yellow.
These, I think, are the ones that Gale purchased back in Valdalands.
I would second that question. Would anybody opposed to potentially merging some of these stones to try to get some forwards?
We could try.
Is there any of these like earmarked for anybody to do anything with, or are they all just kind of inventory?
I don't have any of these stones set aside for anything on my part.
I had
Same.
a bunch of plans, and I have forgotten all of them because I was too busy crafting shit for Vasu.
Sorry.
That
So-
much was-
Crafted like
Oh.
2 things.
there was a point where it was like, I was crafting a bunch of shit for everybody else, and
Yeah, that's fair.
I know I had plans for those oranges, and I can't for the life of me remember what
You
it
did
was.
buy
Buy a barrel of them.
Yeah, you literally bought a barrel of these back in Valdalands, and you did it using stolen gold, which is why they were initially marked out. But I don't remember what your plan was for them, and I feel like I should, because I feel like you mentioned it out loud.
I think it was for the cannon on the tornado, maybe.
That might be right.
Oh yeah. Start doing some work. I would love to go to Salt Bowl if we have time, but I don't think we do.
We probably don't, since we want to get to the Wandering Sun while we still have an idea of where it is.
Where currently is it?
I think we determined it was pretty close by, like a bit south of here, right? Like
Salt
close.
Bowl?
It's no,
No,
the
the
Wandering
Wandering Sun.
Oh, the Wandering Sun. Yes, it is down by Deltana currently.
yes, it's south of us.
Yeah, it's like the little island that is between Ashabiata and Willingquet. It's a little bit northeast of the Elf City and a little bit southwest of Thorngrove. Oh, roll 20, you can do it. I believe in you.
Haha! It finally loaded. What was the name of it again? The place it's at?
Deltana. And I will
Okay. Okay, I see it. We were next to it. We were in Coldus, right? That's where we got like all the wood for the ship.
Yep, you
Yep.
guys have also been to Thorngrove and you've been to Valdaland, so this is all kind of like right near familiar wheelhouse.
Yeah, we completely skipped Teltana, though, I think.
Yeah. I think the only time that anyone has ever been there is very briefly in Session 0. Somebody came up through there. I think it was Ace and Nomad.
I don't remember. We had to jump into the ocean off of a ship. So
Yeah, we did.
because
jump
of
into-
because of racists, they don't like illithids.
I didn't have a very good. I had only a hood back then. It doesn't hide very much.
Deltona is actually where the ship that you got on with all the gnolls that you had to jump off of. That's where it set sail from.
The evolution of Nomad's headgear, from hood to plague mask to Sauron.
Yeah. So actually, I was looking through the sessions trying to find out what was in my bow, and I found which was, and in it you can see you posting pictures of masks you're using, and one of them was the creepiest smiling mask, and I'm so glad you
Yeah.
didn't go with that one. Because you looked like a murderer.
I imagine he had that one point. Then Ace was like, "You should change that one. That one makes you suspect as fuck."
Yes.
And I'm like, "Oh, thank you." Oh my god, there's something wrong with Roll20. Why everything isn't working.
Oh, in fact, was this message almost any of them? Was that pointed at me, or was that
No,
pointed
that
at
was
Norda?
that was Norda. Sorry.
Okay.
Why are there so many good 5th level spells? What the hell's
Hell
going on?
It's because it's the beginning of the 3rd tier of gameplay.
I don't think I even have enough money to afford that many 5th level spells. On the bright side, it only takes me 1 minute to copy them down.
Okay. Let's see. Anything else in on Mirage before you guys take off?
Can I see the stones one more time?
Yes.
Oh my god. Actually, I think I should use Swift Quiver. Just have it give me like a little Gatling gun.
Yeah. You use Swift Quiver on yourself, and then
Yeah.
I'll do that hasting on you, and you'll be like,
A
what?
god.
Fucking 6
That'll be
attacks.
6 attacks in one turn.
So
The
merging,
Gatling ace.
merging orange stones together. Or I'm sorry, not orange. Merging 2Cs makes a 3C. Merging 3Cs makes a 4C, right?
Correct.
That's how this works.
Yep.
What's a star slab?
You add their volumes together.
And then if you get a lucky merge, sometimes you don't.
A lucky merge, I think, just means it's a smaller volume.
Yeah, Lucky Merge means that you take the combined volume and you subtract 1 from it. So if you added
Still like,
2 things that were 4 each, it would become a 7 instead of an 8.
Gotcha.
Down on the bottom left, are those black or are those like gray? I can't tell.
Those are black.
So I'm going to move some shit here.
Yeah.
Just want to do this before we go killing. If I can find the stones to do it. At the bottom of this... Okay, I see. There's a guide over there. There's a handy guide.
Yeah. Although it is mostly covered with stones.
No, I mean the color guide.
Oh, gotcha.
So I can tell what color is which. Give those back.
Oh shit, sorry.
Just want that one. Just that one back. You're fine.
Well, he's finagling with stones. Anybody else have anything else?
Oh, could I have used? Did we have a prismatic I could have used?
I created a bunch. I don't know which ones there are.
I've got some wild stone.
Oh, wild stones with a chaos bow. That would be pretty fun. What are the wild stones again? Those are the ones you got from the Feywilds, right?
Yes, they
Yeah.
are, and they will typically have effects that are very randomized. It would be very appropriate for your cast ball.
Could I have used one of those? If I didn't know the Batsu had any. Or if you do
They're really
have them.
small. I only have 1 2C 4V and then like 7 0C 1V. I think the
Yeah.
intention when I originally bought these was to like use them in my sling,
Oh, gotcha.
which could still be kind of fun to do.
If I just
Maybe I could make you some arrows with these as like arrowheads.
Yeah, that'd be pretty fun.
One thing I would like to do, I guess, could I like hang out near Moat for a bit to drawn his aura, so that I might not destroy myself doing so.
Yeah.
And contact other plane as a ritual.
Excellent. Yeah. Give me a save if it's even possible to fail it.
No.
Okay. Then
I'm with mode.
who are you trying to contact?
Let's see. I would like to contact the poop demigod.
That, as far as you know, does not exist.
Okay, the sewage demigod.
I can't tell whether this is a meme
The
or not.
demigod of time. Is there such a thing?
Demigod of time.
And scheduling.
Time and scheduling.
Chronos.
I was gonna say you might be able to contact like a powerful angel from the plane of Mechanus would possibly work. I guess give me like a religion check. And you know what? Because you spent time in there, like actually learning all of the laws and systems,
I
make
have
this an
their book.
advantage. Yeah, you literally just spent time doing this, so you can make it an advantage.
37.
Okay. During your studies in Mechanus, you did learn the names of some of the higher up angels. You would be aware that they are. They might be a little bit annoyed by having their precious schedule interrupted by this, but they would certainly be good at this sort of thing. So they would, yeah, sure, you could definitely contact them with this spell.
Certainly, you've allowed for this sort of thing to be in your scheduling as part of a programming thing. But yeah,
There you go. That's you
what's
get the feeling that
unit
is probably a very
unit
good
46 actually? Yeah. What's Anton's last name?
Zufen.
How do you spell that?
Zufen. I think there's an apostrophe. There might not be.
Yeah. Is that? Yeah. Whichever it was.
I think I might have made up that apostrophe actually.
Yeah, it seems like Zufen sounds familiar. I don't know about the apostrophe.
I know it's the name. I just don't know about the apostrophe.
I mean, he can't say the apostrophe anyway.
It's true, but we have his written name. We have like
Yeah.
the deed to a ship
Yeah,
that belongs to him.
When is the next time? What time specifically will Anton Zufen be most vulnerable?
I don't think he knows that. Hang on, let me read the spell.
I don't think you would. That's why, but I picked an angel of like scheduling to see what schedule is. Is there a force in this world that like takes record of everything that happens as a ritual or ceremonially? As in like the things people do every day. I eat breakfast at this time.
Oh, jeez.
The god of journals. See if he writes a diary every day.
That's the one I was trying to contact, basically. If someone does something repetitively on the schedule, like every day, as if on schedule, or not even written in the schedule, but they do it repetitively, is there an entity who would know all those?
You would know that a lot of like any god of knowledge might, but like you need to contact a god. There is no.
Oh, that one then.
Yeah, there's
I
no.
picked God.
This. Okay, do you have a spell that lets you connect to a god?
This one, right?
No.
Why not?
It says you contact a demigod, a long dead sage, or like a mysterious entity. Like, there's a jump from a demigod to a god. That's a difference between Hercules
Or
and
some
Zeus,
other
right?
mysterious entity.
Like the Watcher adjacent.
Yeah, the Watcher adjacent. The Watcher who knows all.
You guys were in my campaign. You know that the Watcher is not omniscient. He's just some dude.
Yeah, who watches everyone.
He likes watching the people that he gets fascinated with. He's not omniscient.
So an entity from another plane. Could I contact the spirit of the Wandering Sun? Which is probably in like the astral plane or like the ethereal plane.
Oh my god. Okay.
You can't even say they don't have spirits.
No, that's exactly what I'm about to say. You with a 37, like not everything has a spirit. With that said, you rolled very high on. Well, it's a religion. Give me an Arcana check.
Okay. Not as good.
if they're, boy, yeah, objects typically don't by default have spirits.
Yeah.
If you had a spell that let you talk to a large object, or perhaps some sort of a magic that let you speak with a city, as if it had a spirit, then that could potentially be something you could do.
Can I not contact it with this spell?
No. This spell lets you contact like entities that are actually like living entities, even if they're on another plane. You would also know that this spell specifically it lets you contact other plane, hence the name Contact Other Plane. And you're pretty sure the Wandering
I
Sun
wish
is
to
on this
contact
plane.
an entity who watches Anton a lot.
With your religion check of 37, you don't know off the top of your head of a specific demigod or entity that watches Anton a lot. You imagine that there are probably some gods that would be able to answer this question.
I pick any one of those gods.
Sure. You could pick like any god of knowledge on this plane that you're familiar with.
Has to be in another plane.
That's true. And you would also have to use a spell that lets you talk to gods.
I wish to speak. It says mysterious entity.
Correct.
It doesn't specify not God.
Okay. As the DM, the scale of this spell
Yeah.
does not let you
DM,
contact
can you
gods.
please tell me these? Thank you. DM, before this spell is cast, DM, please answer these few questions. Can this spell do this? And will it not?
I'll give to you for free that with your 22 Arcana check, you do know how your spells work, and you know that this spell is not for contacting gods. It's for contacting powerful figures from other planes, on par with like demigods, which again we're comparing Hercules to Zeus.
Okay. Can I contact an entity that could spy on Anton for me?
Sure, absolutely. There's what is there's a spell for this. What is it called? It's called
Planar ally.
Yeah, Planar Ally.
Contact other plane. Literally, with the scope of this spell, can I contact one?
Sure, you could contact it and ask it questions, and you could ask it, "Will you do a thing for me?"
Yeah.
And it would tell you either yes or no. And with your Arcana check of 22, you would probably be aware that unless you give it a reason not to, it's probably just going to say no. But if you come up with a reason for it to work with you, then you are technically contacting it.
Yeah. One of the questions I'd imagine is like, could I hire you to do a job for me in spying someone?
That seems like a reasonable question you could ask if you cast the spell.
Yeah. It's free. It's a ritual.
That's her. Who do you contact?
That entity.
Which entity?
The entity that can spy on things from across planes.
With a religion of 37, you would know that you could possibly get like any... Okay, let's speed this up a little bit. You can do this for free over and over with no penalty or downside. You spend several hours going from angel to angel to angel to angel, trying to see if any of them are willing to...
You spy.
Yeah, will you spy? Would you spy? Are there circumstances where you would spy for me? So on and so forth. Mode, yes. What's up?
Sorry, just to maybe help out, I think in real life, like Greek and Roman, aren't there like gods of like slavery? Does Moat know any like demigods that specifically watch over that type of thing that I can help out with?
Sure. Give me a religion check.
I'm not gonna know this.
From your studies, you probably would remember that there are some gods of freedom, which are definitely opposed to it. The closest thing to a god of slavery you can think of would be like a god of commerce, but none of their names are like immediately prominent to you from your study. Okay, nomad. What do we do? What do we do here? Give me give me an idea of what you use to tempt these creatures. What offers you kind of offer them?
Let's see. Vast arcane prowess, knowledge of the future, money. They want money. I doubt they want money. I can craft them stuff.
How much money? Give me a scale.
I don't have much.
I can help.
Yeah, I have 475 gold.
I'm willing to give you don't know, 3,500 if you need it.
I don't really want to waste resources on this, but like I want to see how much they want. Really, one of the questions would be like, "What you asking for? Give me a figure."
What's your price?
With some back and forth and some ritual casting and an afternoon spent just trying to suss out whether or not this is doable, you're able to kind of figure out that a lot of these extraplanar entities are interested in money. Some of them because they live in places where the money can be used and spent. Some of them because they appreciate the value that money has as a measure of power or influence. Money is an acceptable answer. The problem is that it is a large amount, typically. And you would learn with a combination of your religion check, your arcana check, and the research that you're doing this afternoon, that it's going to be about the same rates as a planar ally spell.
That makes sense.
So, something done in hours could be done for 1,000 gold an hour. Something that would take multiple days would be about 10,000 a day, so on and so forth.
Sure.
If you only need them for a few minutes, you could do it for maybe a gold or 100 gold a minute.
Yeah. Okay. So how long would it take? So it's 1,000 an hour, you say, or 1,000 a day?
About 1,000 an hour or 10,000 gold a day.
Okay, 10,000 gold a day. 1,000 an hour. Could you split up those hours? What if I just say, could you just find out when Anton would be like the most vulnerable, unarmed, wherever, somewhere where he can be scryed on, or somewhere people can teleport in on him?
Theoretically, I guess. Fuck. How do I handle this? You're using a 5th spell to simulate a 6th spell.
Creatively.
Sure. You rolled really well in religion. I'm going to say you're able to contact an angel of a god who is very vehemently opposed to slavery. It is willing to side with you in exchange for money. And it is willing to spend... how long does it think this is going to take him to learn? This is like... He's going to have to case this place for a while. So the impression that you get over several ritual castings and sussing out detail, he will go to the Wandering Sun, where you believe the Wandering Sun is located. He will study the location and try to locate Anton and get a sense for the situation there. He's willing to spend 1 hour doing this for 1,500 gold. And then he will report back. That's all he can really promise. This is not an omniscient creature. He's not going to have time to, watch his daily schedule. It's literally just a scouting mission that he's willing to do over the course of 1 hour for 1,500 gold.
That's fair. I am going to go get the Contact Other Plane spell later on to get this same entity later to do the job. Does that sound good for him?
You mean like the planar ally spell?
A planar ally, yeah, whatever that one is.
Yeah, and you would know that just by the nature of having the right magic for it, it would be a little bit cheaper. You would ease his transition into this world.
You're just like, oh, cleric spells are so hard to find.
Right.
They don't write shit in books. It has to be actual scrolls.
Yep. So, yeah, you got it. With some ritual casting, you learn that there is an entity out there, an angel, and I'll get you details, but there is an angel of a god who's against slavery who has offered to do this for you for 1,500 gold, or cheaper if you use the planar ally spell.
Yeah. Would there be like an entity from all these hours who just knows how the Wandering Sun's layout works? They're like an angel of carpentry.
We have a map of it from Leah, don't we?
You do have a map in the description.
Yeah.
I can't think of any of them. Well, with your Arcana check and your Religion check, you don't know of any extraplanar entities who are likely to just already have that information sitting around.
Okay.
It's possible that they exist. You're pretty confident that if it exists, it wouldn't really be a religious entity, but there might be some other entity, maybe. It's hard to say.
This is my Contact fucking other plane isn't the cleric spell, which is really weird.
Right.
It's wizard warlock only, so I
Yeah.
don't think
That I think is a big part of why it doesn't let you talk to gods.
that's
too,
probably
for the
why.
record.
So can I just talk to like the concept of
Uh,
construction itself?
No, the spell lets you contact real, actual creatures.
You say this, but they're not real.
Sure they are. Everybody that you talked to this afternoon was a real creature that was on another plane.
Okay. Can I contact the carpenter?
With your,
Sorry, like fucking teleportation angel or whatever. Teleportation being.
Yeah, you would probably know that there are some gods of like space and time, and their angels
Of
are good
travel?
at teleportation. In
Yeah,
fact, you would probably know that they are. Oh my god, what is it? Bast. It would be Bast. Bast would be the god in this region. Who,
What's the name? Yeah. Which part of the Wandering Sun would be safe to teleport onto?
you get an angel of Bast who says he would be willing to go and find out for 1,500 gold.
Oh, jeez. I thought he would just like here.
Yeah, they're not omniscient. They don't just already know. They would have to go do a thing.
You should ask how Bass feels about Gale now.
How does Bast
Just
feel
check in
about
on that.
Gale? Yeah. By the way, how does Bast feel about Gale now?
Let's see. Would the angel know what
I know
Bast
Bast and Gale are
thinks?
okay. Bast never really hated Gale.
No, I think she really liked him.
Bast.
Yeah, I think she really likes Gale.
The
Last I
angel.
checked.
As many times as you want to cast the ritual will be like, oh yeah, if he's done all those things, then maybe Bast is okay with him. But Bast probably Bast doesn't know. Bast isn't, or sorry, this angel doesn't know. The angel isn't Bast, and the
What's
angel
the angel
doesn't.
look like?
The angel
Does
doesn't.
Bass not just
know-
gossip to her angels?
Like there's communication, but this angel doesn't know who Gale is and doesn't know what all of Bast's feelings are towards every person on the planet Earth. With that said, when you describe Gale's actions, the angel's like, oh, I'm sure that Bast probably likes some of those actions. Yeah. It's about as good as you're gonna get. The angel tells
Still
you its
in
name,
positive standing.
which is an unpronounceable smorgasbord of meows, cackles, musical notes, and the singing of hundreds of multitudes of voices.
And the brown note.
That's more of a Jujak thing. Or maybe even a Zawani thing.
For death.
Anyway.
That's it for that.
Okay. Nordo.
Okay, sorry to keep circling back to a million questions about this thing. Of the original spell list that I sent you, were any of those green, or pink, or red?
Psychic Lance would be pink.
Sorry, of
negative
the fifth level, like the first list I sent you.
gotcha.
Sorry,
Let's see.
green, pink, or red. I included
Green,
red there now
pink,
too.
or red.
thought-
No.
I thought maybe pink, like intelligence for the animated one, but I don't know.
It's definitely more of a gray thing for
Okay.
making objects move around and improving objects.
Cool.
Yeah, I don't think that any of those are gonna fit.
Okay, no worries.
Yep.
All right, in that case, I don't even know what time of day it is or when this is all happening. But in order to have some crafting / merging to do if someone's available to do it.
Excellent. You would know that Ace and who helped you, Ace, or did you work on
Nomad was helping me.
Nomad and Nomad are preoccupied. Gale might be free.
Yeah. If I imagine
If he's
at
back
some
from the
point-
Thieves Guild.
Yeah, I imagine at some
Yeah.
point Gale gets back from the Thieves.
Also, if wait, Nomad, did you say that Nomad was helping you? So you didn't need my help then, right?
Oh yeah, sure. I mean, I needed you to like tell me what you needed.
Yeah,
basically.
but then I could be available to craft it.
Oh, yeah.
I just had to
With
tell
that-
you,
so
and I have reliable talent for it as well.
Real quick, just to make sure that we're all on the same page. Ace and either the real Nomad or Nomad were busy basically all day crafting. That was a very big project. That would have been like a 10-hour crafting project.
Okay, so I had to be helping them. I could just tell them what I want and have them do it.
Right. If you were working together, then you would have both been doing it the whole time, yeah. Whichever one of them was not helping you craft your bow, spent most of the afternoon doing a whole lot of contact other plane ritual. So they probably finish around
gotcha.
8 or 9 in the evening. But it would be a late start if you had them crafted for you. The alternative is finding Gale whenever he gets back from his visit to the Thieves Guild and asking him.
Can't Vasu do it also, since he's
He's
I mean,
also
I don't know how good he is at it, but
Go to what now?
That depends on what you're trying to put this into. If it's any sort of like jewelry or something, then Vasu could do it with his jewelry's kit.
For me?
Yes, correct.
Okay,
You
so
just
well,
need a DC 35, right?
Yes.
yeah, my first step before anything else is just like merge stones. So I don't know if that's like easier or harder for anybody else.
I believe anybody can do that, and I don't think it really matters who does it. But let me check.
So the result of the check has to do with like whether they get lucky merges, right?
Got it. So the DC is basically luck. It's 4d20. But there is still a toolkit check involved, so you probably do want somebody who has got expertise in the toolkit.
Okay. Yeah.
Doesn't really matter which one, but
So whenever someone is available, I don't know what the timelines look like, and if we don't have time for it on this night, then I can wait for it.
I don't have expertise, but I'm proficient at blacksmithing. But we have so many people who are expertise. You'll probably just wait.
Yes, I'll just wait for Gale. It's fine. If he comes back home, and if not, then we'll assume he's dead.
he's not dead.
so I like how you guys had this like really deep conversation with Gale, and then he just disappeared. Everyone was like, "That's fine."
Yep.
Seems
speaking
normal.
For the record, I forgot to do this at the start of session. Moat, Flick, and Gale and Nordo can all have inspiration for that entire wonderful scene. And I'll remind Flick when he gets here, and Gale when he gets back.
I'd like it to use my inspiration to find my way home. Because I think I've gotten lost.
Give me a survival check. It's very easy. You're in a city. Yeah, it's all in your head, right? Like, it's very scary when you step out of here and realize, like, oh shit, I'm in the slums. I don't know where I am. But then, like, you see the big wall on the horizon. You see there's a road that leads up the mountain, and you're like, oh yes, up is good. Up is where I came from. And after a little bit of wandering the streets...
Okay. First of all,
Click your heels together.
you didn't have to specify, oh, it's because you're in the slums. Like, I'm not afraid of poor people. I'm not like, ooh, poor. Like, he's not...
Well, yeah, but Gale is afraid of people.
No, he's a hero of the people. He just likes to be rich himself.
He's a hero of the poor.
But yes, one way or the other, you're able to find yourself back up in the upper part of town where your ship is anchored and your friends are all waiting for
He
you.
turned a guy into a chicken and snapped his neck.
He got
Chicken
better.
of the people.
Hero of the people.
Hero.
Hero of the people.
He got
Not-
better.
not
and he was
these
also
people.
paid for his troubles.
That's alright, the kobold people.
Yeah, he didn't say it was these people.
Yeah, just his people. Alright.
Whenever Gale gets back over dinner, Nordo has no clue how to use stones or anything, but he probably just like pitches an idea to Gale. And if Gale has time to merge some stones this evening, he would have you merge the stones that are up there above the mergy plate into a bunch of fours.
Sure, it's been a while since I've gotten to do this.
So a couple twos into threes, and then the threes into fours there.
Alright, sick. Go ahead and, Alright, you want the honors of doing the 40-20, or you want me to do it?
I'll do it.
Alright, left to right, here we go. Those are good
Wait, for what?
to set the DC for these Tinker Tools checks for each pair from left to right.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah. So you want low on these.
And it's just the top 4 that we're doing?
Sure, we'll
For
just do
now,
the top
and
four.
then we'll go, yep.
Oh my god.
Oh, wait, sorry.
Oh, okay, I was gonna say, holy shit.
That's still pretty good, though. I think that first one is a lucky merge.
No.
Oh,
DC
so
41.
close.
The first one is a regular merge. Second one is regular. Third one is lucky. Fourth one, also lucky. Nice.
Sorry, I heard 4d20, and then it was just like, okay, 4d20. Forgot that you meant 4d20s.
It's compact now.
Alright, and then merging those threes together into fours.
Let's see.
Minordo will happily pay party loot for all these gems. I have nothing to do with my money.
Ooh, first one's going to be rough. Second one, very doable. And that's the second one is the good one. Hey, he
Just made it.
Just made it. So let's see, 414.
Okay, then lastly, these two.
Oh, but doable. Oh, again.
So sad. Cool. I don't know how long it takes to merge stones if that's like his night's work.
Yep.
That's 10 minutes
Yeah.
each, so that was a little over an hour.
Okay. So after that, Nordo has those 5 stones plus his 5C stone that he bought from Elise. I don't know how long this process takes, but he needs each of those stones put into a separate item. His idea that is like an armband that has like 6 gems inlaid into it, and each of the gems is like etched with like a symbol of one of the people in the party, like the same ones from his tattoo. So there's the gem with the boat symbol, a gem with the gale symbol, a gem with the Vasu symbol.
Yeah.
So, but that's like 6 separate craftings, so I don't know how long that takes. I don't know if that's...
So each one only takes an hour because it's only one stone. And because it's like a bangle, a piece of jewelry, Vasu could help with that if you wanted.
I'd love to.
Are
you making friendship? Are you making a friendship charm bracelet?
It's like a friendship charm bracelet, except I can use it to fuck up slavers.
I was gonna say that's really gay and sweet, but also now that's really gay and sweet and also really badass. I'm happy to help with it.
The one for you is the best one. His
Okay,
is the
now you
5C stone.
Now you're just buttering me up.
We should probably have Vasu basically do that after I merge them, and then Vasu can be working on putting them in while I'm merging
Perfect.
the rest.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
Just because it's going to take
Oh,
a
right,
decent
like
amount of time.
overlapping the time a little bit. And
Yeah.
if there's not time for this tonight without like pushing into exhaustion, we can work on it in the morning or whatever. But
These two have not like occupied most of their time. You would have been able to start on this at like 3 or 4 in the afternoon. So you would be done around 8 or 9. You could definitely.
okay, cool.
I was gonna say I don't think Vasu had any plans other than just like kind of keeping Solange entertained and mostly out of trouble.
Terrific.
And probably doing some shopping, so he's good.
Nordo will keep Vasu and Gale supplied with coffee and tea and snacks and whatever they want for the course of their work.
Can we also have coffee and tea and snacks?
Of course you can, little orc.
Can
Just-
I have coffee and tea and snacks?
Give him some
Well-
chamomile tea. Put him to sleep.
Now, old timer, I'm not so sure you should have coffee. That might stop your heart.
Oh, that thing hasn't beaten in years.
Okay. So
Give it to me strong, like my men.
those are the stones that you're putting in, 1 each into a bangle. So if you will, just shoot me like what spell or effect you want each one of them to kind of mimic.
Okay, so I'll whisper it to you so it can be
Sure.
a surprise later.
Absolutely. And then let me get a crafting check from Vasu for each one of those. Just a jeweler's kit check.
Okay,
Ace,
if I'm making like 6 jeweler's kit checks, you gotta tell me what these do too.
You would,
Yeah, I'll tell you.
Yeah,
'Cause
just
I'm imagining
because you're
I'm
the
just-
one
I'm just-
crafting. You would know it anyway.
Yeah, I'm just sitting here like linking chains and charms together and gossiping with you.
Ace, how much are you willing to lend?
How much do you need?
A bunch. He could give me the change after.
Well, I have like 4,100, but I mean, I'd still like to have some just in case I need to
Yeah,
pimp
like,
out my
what's-
ride.
Yeah, what's the minimum you need? I guess.
Yeah, what would be a reasonable amount that I would need to pimp out my ride?
Well, we're on that first.
I forget, does Diamond Soul let me reroll any skill check or is it just a
Oh,
save?
save.
Saves.
Damn. I want to do something about that nat 1 because I feel bad.
Nordo has.
Some if you can.
I've got. Does blast last long enough for this, or it's only a minute, isn't it?
A bless only works in attack rolls and saving throw. Guidance you
Oh.
can just keep casting.
I
That's
don't
a
think
thing.
I have guidance. I think Gale has guidance.
Yeah, but he's busy.
He's
And-
busy.
And also, just as an explicit rule for the way my crafting systems work, a buff only works if the single activation of the buff is active for at least half an hour of the crafting session.
Gotcha.
But real quick, just because he asked for money, how much would I need for my ride if I mean, if I can always give it the money later. Do you want to do this first?
What kind of pimping are you doing? It depends on like how much pimping you're doing.
Well, I want it to be faster. If I can, it also depends on, I guess, does putting more stones into something make it so that the effect is stronger, or is it just like after you have the effect, more stones really just doesn't do anything?
So the strength of the stone depends on, or it determines how cool the effect is. The number of stones determines how frequently you can use it, or if it's a permanent effect. So the best thing that you can do is to have 4 stones so that it's a permanent effect, and the strength of those stones will determine how cool the effect is. And for the record, I believe Expeditious Retreat is like a 1st or 2nd level spell.
Yeah, but Asher's Stride lets me catch things on fire.
That's true. So if you were to take 4 3C stones, you could have a permanent effect kind of similar to that. And if that is what you wanted to do, the cost would be about...
Does increase the speed by a lot too.
Every time that I'm worried that I don't have enough prepared for a session, it ends up being one of these sessions, and I'm always so thankful.
Vasu Mode says you can take his inspiration.
So I'll burn one of my inspirations on one of those checks also as needed. But so I'm willing to. I don't know if this is like meta to say after seeing the rolls, but I'm willing to like wait until Gale, because Gale has like a minimum 10 and advantage on these same checks, doesn't he?
I think so, yeah.
That'd be
Yeah.
like a better.
And if if Vasu gets started right away, he would be done with the first one by the time that Gale is finished with all the other merges. So
Right.
technically, Gale is free for the last 5 of these.
Yes, I think the idea is Vasu does the first one while Gale's merging, and then
If Gale wants to spend his whole night.
I'm
if he's not busy.
so tired, and
All of those other
You
ones
know,
aside from
I'm
the nat
so
1 rolled well.
I'm so sick, Nordo.
Gail, honey, you go get your rest. I got this.
I could do it, but I think I need some donut nuts.
Wow! Manipulative.
I'd be happy to make you donut nuts, Gale, fresh out the kitchen, just the way you like them.
Thanks, Nordo.
Ah, nuts.
Oh my
I thought you were gonna
God.
get me drunk.
Damn.
Minimum 10.
God, these donut nuts are so good.
So yeah,
Thank God for the
I
minimum
imagine
10
that
on
I
some
roll
of
like
these.
that 14, and I feel all right, and then I start like halfway through the second one, and Gale comes out, and I'm like, no, I got this, and then he just like sits down and starts working, and I'm like, why
So-
am I even here?
For what it's worth, he dramatically improves the 2 in the middle for you. The 5th and 6th one and the second one they're improvements, but they're like you did almost as well on those. Like it's a good team effort.
You did equal on one of them.
But with that said, Gale is kind of
Oh, he has
a wizard
advantage.
who is especially like this is
I
his
will-
thing.
Yeah.
I
will give
I
Vasu,
know, but like this is my one toolkit, and I'd like to be fine.
I will give Vasu my inspiration for the first one so he can reroll that 14.
Hell yeah! Show me something new.
Show me the money.
I believe. Hey, look at
Good.
that!
Oh!
Yeah.
And you know what? I have inspiration on my sheet from something long ago. I will try to re-roll that nat 1 as well.
All right, I believe in you. There is.
Oh no!
It just wasn't meant to be.
Another nut one.
The important question is whose gym is that?
Of course, it's his own.
Is it?
Except no, I need his own to be a 35.
I thought his was the first one.
Sure, I guess Vasu's probably would have been the first one. I don't know. Vasu's is one that actually has the highest DC, so we'd probably save that one for Gale.
I hope that you didn't tell me that before I started doing it, because that would only psych me out, and that was
Right, the
probably the one
pressure.
I failed on 2 times.
Extreme pressure of it. The thing is, Nordo doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about, so Nordo doesn't tell you any of this.
Okay.
Nordo just brings you snacks and shit while you guys work, but IZ
He has
knows
the
how it
idea.
works.
He's got the spirit.
Right.
Did I do all right?
I think you did just a beautiful job.
Thanks for helping me out, Gale. I was getting a little psyched out there in the middle.
It's okay. I could tell you were feeling a little pressured.
I feel like it probably wasn't, but I'd like to say that it was a mutual learning experience. But it was probably just me watching you and like being like, oh, that's where I was fucking up.
So I will say, Vasu's is one of the 2 that you did the best on.
Yeah.
They were the 229s, and one of those was yours. Okay, excellent. By the end of the night, this charm is done, and I will get you kind of the exact details for that. But you have a bracelet, which is not the item, but on that bracelet are the 6 individual items that can be pulled off and used to cast this spell once per long rest each.
Terrific. Fantastic. Nordo at, 9 or so p.m. Well, he comes back about an hour and a half later with donut nuts, just a big old plate of them, and he's like, put a little extra frosted, or like powdered sugar over the top and made like a chocolate dip for them that they don't normally have. Made them real special. And he's brought, Vasu some, a spicy vegan snack of some sort, probably like some nuts. Birdseed.
Oh,
Sriracha birdseed.
Sriracha suet, my favorite.
But yeah, when it's done with it, he's...
I appreciate the continued effort to do this, but I'm not like a strict vegan. You can, I mean, both parts of me are predatory. You can I'd love like some chorizo and chicken or something, maybe sometime, just putting it out there. But this is great. I like it.
I'll make whatever you like, Vasu. Honestly, it's kind of a nice challenge. I eat nothing but meat, so it's kind of fun cooking something different, but I'd be happy to make you some meat anytime you want.
I don't want to sound like I don't like just spicy seeds, because oh my god, fuck, I could just eat them forever. But
Well, I like them a lot too, actually. Yeah, I wasn't real sold on them when I first saw you eating them, but they've grown on me a little.
they're just like great snack foods, Don't even get me started on pistachios.
It's the Orcish word for pistachio.
Unga bunga small green nut, which is probably a double entendre.
So
We don't
that's
have
my
a word.
nickname in the Orc clan I came from.
Oh wait, can Vasu taste spice?
He's part cat. I'm assuming
Gotcha.
Ace
Because
probably can't.
I
Birds
remember
can't take
being
spice.
I remember it being mentioned because one of Nomad's gift ideas was to make him a pair of dentures that let him taste spice.
Oop.
Take that how you will.
Uh-oh.
It's fine. We're all gonna use them all today
We can just not read if you want.
No, it's fine. It doesn't matter. It's for you guys.
Okay, I'm gonna post it.
And for me.
Okay, well then I'm gonna read it.
Yes, read it.
Holy, oh Jesus!
Oh, now
Read
you can't read
nothing.
it. Sorry about it. Now
Nothing
you
to
can't read
see.
it.
Good thing I took Latin in high school.
Vasu and Gale are allowed to scroll up because they're the ones who made it.
That's fair.
But can I still have some donut nuts?
Of course you
Actually, I don't want to.
Can I have one too?
They're gone by the time we end.
Can you make us some meat? Some jerky?
Okay.
Do you think we could kill... hear me out, guys. This is gonna be weird, but if we end up killing Mr. White, can we make dragon steak?
I fucking hope so.
love dragon steak.
Can I eat his brain? It's the only thing I can eat.
Yeah, I don't want that pot.
Ace, what's up?
So Nomad wants to know how much of my money he can have. Do I know roughly how much it's going to take to have a level? Yeah.
So if you want to have 4 level 3 stones so that you can have a permanent effect similar to that one spell, you would need at least a couple of them to be a little more dense than usual to fit under your limit. which means you would probably need to spend about 80 or 90 gold per stone. So 80 times 4, you're looking at like 320 to 350 gold for the whole thing.
Oh. You made it sound okay. I thought it was going to be like, and that's for like a level 3 spell permanent.
Yeah, it's for a
And when you
passive
say
effect about on par with a level 3 spell.
Okay.
I should tell you, when you are effectively putting 12C worth of power into this thing, which means it's going to become an attunement item.
Okay, that's kind of what I'm worried about. Is there a way that I can do it where it's not attunement? Because I don't have the slots for that. And I guess I could get rid of my quiver.
So what you could do for that is just put a single stone into it, which is going to be much cheaper, like 40 gold cheaper. The only downside is that it's going to be an effect that you can only really activate once per long rest.
Alright, I'll need to think about it. But I can go ahead and give you 2,500 if you want.
If you're sure, I'll give you back the change if there's any. I apologize in advance.
Don't worry about it. Been saving this for whenever you run out of money.
Oh, that's constantly.
Yeah, that's why I've been saving it and not just giving it to you every time you run out of money.
Which is good, because every time I run out of money, I start looking for ways to make more money.
Yeah, and I don't know. There's certain things I don't think you could go to prostitution. I don't think it'd work out well for you. Maybe, but
I do not think it's even possible. I have no genitals.
No, you'd be surprised.
You have those tentacle thingies. I'm sure that could work for
Yes.
someone.
I have no idea how to use them.
For someone, so I've heard anyway. That some people.
All right, some people. Half
Some
the
people
people
are-
in our fucking Discord.
But yeah, I can give you 25.
I will tentatively hold on to it for now, and I'll just tell Feck what spells I grab,
Hey, dear viewer.
so as to not take a bajillion of these.
Viewer.
You say everything 1 to 5 is available?
For stone?
No, spells.
Oh, for spells, yeah, pretty much, yeah.
Wizard spells.
Yep, any wizard spell, 1 to 5, they
And
have it
6
here.
and... Yeah, and 6 above is like, I have to roll for it.
Yeah,
to
we'll need some
recall.
luck checks.
So, okay. I have another question for crafting, if that's okay.
Sure.
So if I wanted to make this magic quiver not be attunement and just maybe make it so that it's either I just have quivers that have arrows that do one of the 3 things, or maybe even make it like not permanent or even permanent. Can I make a quiver that has a permanent like whatever arrows are in it permanently have this effect?
It depends on how strong the effect is, but if the effect is not super strong, that's possible.
I mean, I'm the ones I have in there are teleportation, silence, and dispel magic.
Those are all going to be a little bit too expensive. So to be permanent, you need 4 stone. And for for dispel magic, for instance, each of those stones needs to be a level 3 stone, which means you would have a total cost of 12, which is way over the attunement limit, which is 5. And even 5 requires a very hard check to make it non-attunement.
So
So
5 volume or 5C?
5 combined C. So what you could do if you wanted it to be non-attunement is you could have 4 stones to make it permanent, and each one could be level 1. And that would make it so you would still need a check, but it would be like a DC 30 or something. And on a success, it would be non-attunement. So
Okay, and what would the limit for, I guess, level for spell wise be then for that?
like a first level spell. It would basically
Okay.
make the quiver so that anytime you pulled an arrow out of it, it had a cool effect, and that effect is about as strong as a first level spell.
Okay.
Alternatively, and this is probably more efficient for you, you can just make a bunch of magic arrows, and they never require attunement. They're just consumable. That's the only.
Are they
downside.
and they're going to be cheaper to make?
Way cheaper? Because when you make consumable items and ammunition, you get like a bulk rate.
Okay,
Depending
so then
on
I'll
how good your check is, it determines how many arrows you make all at once, and you could potentially spend like 1 stone to make 18 arrows.
Okay, so then what I'll probably do is I'll probably dismantle my quiver, I'll probably go to the route of making my forklift attunement, and then just make a shit ton of arrows. Okay, cool. Would I be able to buy those stones for my forklift here, or have we like kind of cleansed the area of stones?
You've definitely cleansed it of the 4th and 5th level options. 3rd is kind of pushing it, but you could potentially do it. Give me one more luck check for the 3rd level stone. This one's going to be moderate, but not super hard. All out of 3rd level stone.
Damn. Oh, what color would I need? I guess it just depends on the spell, right? So if it was ash, that
it
yeah.
would be orange for that one.
We have orange, don't we?
You have a lot of orange. You probably
aren't they cursed or something? Which is like fine.
Just
it's
use
fine.
some of them. Look at that beautiful 6C mystical orange.
We have 5 of those.
Mythical.
Oh, that one's too big. I need 4.
4. Yeah, just combine a couple of those 3s.
There's already 3 V8s, but let's see, 8 times 4. That would be. I think that would be past our limit, wouldn't it?
Wait, what do you need?
I need 4 3C orange stones. So the ones that are 8 are too much. But if we can combine some of those, 2C.
Yeah, get a couple of lucky merges
3V.
in there.
Even if it's not lucky, that's still going to be a smaller volume. Is there compact already? Because they're going to be 3C6.
Right. Math.
Are these ones being held, or can I have some of these orange?
Hope not, because I just used one of them.
They were in the barrel that Gale bought, but that's up to him.
Sorry, Gale, I stole one of your stones. I'll pay you for it.
You better.
But literally marked down 300 gold. I meant to pay you for your labor there.
Can I buy some of your stones off you, Gale?
No.
Okay.
I need them for an explosive.
I understand.
To giving me 300 gold.
Yes, but Nordo has no idea what money is worth, so like, you guys do 6 hours of work and Nordo hands you guys each like $12,000.
Nope, that's 2 more mushrooms.
Yep.
Could I
almost broke even today.
Killing it.
Oh, Gale, do you want more mushrooms?
Are they dragon killing mushrooms?
Oh, you need dragon killing mushrooms?
I need dragon killing mushrooms.
Are there such things?
Give me.
Do you want a poisoner kill?
Yeah, this nice guy I talked to today told me there are, and he gave me some.
Like history or arcana or poisoner's kit.
Sure, I'll give myself poisoner's kit. Have you mad help me? 36.
Yeah. With the 36, you would be very, 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 very keenly aware that no dragons are immune to poison, except for green dragons, which are completely immune to poison.
Okay.
Would an undead dragon be immune to poison?
Undead dragons are probably immune to poison too.
Okay. But like, so basically what he's saying is any poison can kill a dragon.
Yeah, theoretically, if you had a strong enough poison that did enough damage, you would know that is a lot of, like, dragons they're resilient creatures with a ton of con to be, like, you would know that it's theoretically possible, but like there would need to be some crazy strong poisons and probably a lot of it.
Yeah. Would you happen to have a sample of this poison?
Yeah.
Could I identify?
Absolutely not. I can't waste precious poison on sampling it.
I'm not going to expend it or taste it. I just want to look at it and examine it.
Look, you're gonna have to forgive me. I'm very anxious about handing over my poison because the last time I trusted people with information about my poisons, it went badly. So
I'm not even going to ask you any questions.
Okay. No.
I just want to identify this. No questions asked. I'm just doing a service for you.
I hold it the entire time.
Can I identify what this is?
Yeah, easily. With that check, you're able to almost immediately identify. You would know that these are indeed poisonous mushrooms. They are strongly hallucinogenic, but they also hurt and potentially kill. You would know. Let me find the spelling of it.
And you would know that they bypass poison immunity. Which is explicitly what I was asking for. When I got grifted by this fucking slime.
Spoiler alert.
In theory, this could kill a dragon unless they were immune to it. Provided there were lots and lots of it. Are you giving us a stat for the mushroom?
Yeah.
So that's exciting. The Tufuzzy Giddy. Tufuzzy Jidizzy. Tufuzzy Jidizzy cap. DC 17 ain't bad for poison. Become blinded and incapacitated. Blinded wouldn't like fuck a dragon very much because they have blind sight, but incapacitate for 1 hour. And you take 2d10 every 10 minutes. That's some good poison. Does consuming more another dose increase the DC by like 1?
Yeah, theoretically.
So does Nomad tell me this?
I do. I tell you like its properties. I write it down.
I got fucking grifted. Useless, and I'll eat them both.
Where did you get them?
Wait! Before you eat that, you want more of them?
No, they don't help me. I needed something to kill
Then
them.
why are you eating them?
Well, I don't want them to go to waste.
Whoa, yeah, you're gonna kill yourself.
No, it's fine.
Oh, you're wearing the necklace.
I don't.
I've identified the necklace before.
Do you say that out loud? Because Ace does not know about the necklace.
Oh, he told everyone about the necklace after like he identified it.
Hey, can I try one of those?
Like, everybody knows what the necklace is, and you see that Gale is wearing it.
Yeah, he's wearing it. He's
He
like,
has
it's
kept
subtle.
his-
Like, oh, okay. He
Do they-
just
Like, he has kept
Do they-
his secret plan a secret, but all of you found this necklace together, and it's a
Yeah.
very obvious, like, necrotic
Gotcha.
looking skull necklace.
Do they taste good?
before you do that, I could make you lots of this and increase its efficacy quite a lot.
Again, that doesn't help me if it's going to be against a poison dragon. I need to. When asking for for poison, but really what I needed is something that was just going to cause necrosis or like acid.
Oh, well, you could just buy acid for this.
No.
What-
No.
What do you mean?
Regular acid sucks. Does like a D4 damage.
It's true, regular acid does
Yeah.
suck.
It's a dragon.
There might be
You would know, even just from your adjacent
several
tinkering tool
compound-
proficiency, and a little bit from Mason's tools, actually. There are stronger acids that do more damage.
No, there's only the one acid in the world.
Okay.
It's the only thing that's statted.
That's it.
It's my stone.
Me and Vasu are totally immune to poison, so if you need to test poisons on us to see what works against people that are immune to it,
Yeah, I was gonna say,
Oh,
can I
okay.
try one of those? I'm just kind of curious.
Sure, here.
Wait. Could I hold on to a piece of it?
Yeah.
I could make
Okay.
more in the morning.
Okay, but I gotta get my money back somehow, so I'm gonna need to charge you 25 gold at least.
All right, here.
Bitchin'.
Did you pay 25 gold for that?
I give it 25 gold.
No, I paid way more, but, you know, I'm only giving you a piece of it, so I'd
Yeah,
feel
just a tiny
bad
bit.
charging too much more.
Is he trying to rip off Nomad?
No, he's actually
Okay.
like underselling what.
Okay, I'm just
compared to
making
what
sure
he
that
bought.
it's like I just gave him money since he's poor. I didn't want to make sure you were just stealing his money.
It's like, okay, Gil doesn't know that you gave him money.
I know that's
And
why I wanted.
Yeah.
I was trying to see if he was trying to rip you off.
Yeah, no, like with this piece of mushroom, Nomad says he could make quite a bit more of this mushroom. It's a mushroom. They just they bud.
To fuzzy get dizzy.
That's what we
touch
get.
fuzzy, get dizzy. Hey, I get it now.
Oh, it does fuzzy get dizzy. Okay.
I hear the noise in my head.
Me too.
See,
I hate it.
What noise?
What's that?
From Yoshi's Island? Or is that Yoshi's Story?
Yoshi's
Island.
Yoshi's Island. Yeah, the one with the crying babies.
All right, I'm gonna go to sleep.
All right.
Me
Anybody
too.
else doing anything else before they sleep?
I can.
Yes.
I'm just assume I've spent a lot of like the day before this just getting spells.
Oh, okay. Give me an overall luck check to see how many spells you might find here.
Oh no, I thought the wizards gave them to me. I already rolled for like the high level ones.
Right, but you can't
Luck.
you don't get like one check for every spell in the game. Give me one overall to see like how many spells there might
Sure.
even be here, and then we'll go from there.
Sure. Six.
They do have
You're
prismatic
telling me
wall.
these court wizards. Okay, prismatic wall.
I'm looking through, trying to remember the levels on a lot of these. Most of these are 8th, right?
These are mostly 9th.
8th and 9th.
These are all 9th.
Okay, you do find that the court wizard knows prismatic wall.
Okay.
And yeah, this actually makes a lot of sense. He knows prismatic wall and he knows invulnerability. And although you can tell that he's like a little reluctant to do it, but he has the queen's orders to share his spells, and he's happy to do that.
I'll share mine if you want. If you wish.
Happily, yeah, he will gladly. That actually, like, you can tell that kind of puts him a lot less on edge. Is that he's getting something else out of this too?
Yeah, of course. Anything for the queen, right?
Yeah. Excellent. Cool. Unfortunately, those are the only 2 level 9 spells that he knows. But now he knows 2 more, and so do you.
That's fine. Yeah. My level 9 spells, that if he wants level 9 ones, are literally Wish
Hell yeah, he'll take it.
and True Polymorph.
Fucking wizards.
Perfect.
I'm surprised you didn't take Wish when you reach the level viable. No man says.
Yeah, so is he. I'm sure I could probably come up with some explanation for it, but I can't. I can't think of any reason a wizard wouldn't.
He
take
thought
Wish.
he thought it was being clever, trying to take something else. He thought he could outsmart the system.
I mean,
I don't know, probably because the idea of taking spells isn't something that is an in-world thing.
You
It's
thought, yeah,
something
I think
you
that makes
learn.
sense because
No,
you like
yeah.
develop them yourself.
You
It
don't-
literally is. That's what
You don't like
wizards do.
level up and just like people don't level up in world, right? Like
Yeah. I guess in World he's like he
You
tried
learn
to
and-
learn Wish.
Okay,
you
that's fair.
learn and gain experience, and then
Develop your own spells, and
right.
That's fair. But the wizard class allows you to, at this
Yeah.
level, learn Wish.
Yeah, which is
Yeah, which
you
is
have to like
You
have
can
to
do
find
that?
a few things
Remote.
for the narrative.
For what's worth, I do kind
For
of
the
agree with
narrative.
you. It is a little weird that there is just like a catalog of spells in the world. That concept, very weird to me. I think it's weird that a
Well-
wizard could say like, "Hey, do you know Wish yet?" and the other guy would just know what you're talking about. That's weird.
well, that's why you don't do that
That's fair, I guess.
with
but
your world building. Like you just
that
don't
is-
make it weird.
that-
Like
It is fair, but then like wizards no longer
yeah.
make sense. And
well, then also like if you use your reaction to identify a
Right.
spell, like you couldn't do that because you'd be like, I don't know what they're doing.
Right, exactly.
Yeah.
And that part you can kind of overcome by saying like, "Oh, you get this instant. It's a spell that does this and this and this." But
No man
Right.
probably says I have a spell that can do anything. And
Yeah.
then he shows it.
Yeah, legit.
And then you, like, would you give me your entire spell book for this spell?
He's happy to share all
Isn't
his
there
other spells.
isn't
He
there a
has-
chance of the
You
wish
probably
spell
have
for
a
you
spare.
that like if it has a chance of just never working ever again?
depending on how you
Oh.
use it? Yes.
Yeah, depends on how. If you use it to copy another spell, it's fine. But if you use it to fuck
is
with the fabric
stupid.
of reality,
Gotcha.
I think it's great. It's
It's-
also what clerics have with Channel Divinity.
for free and without any.
Except theirs doesn't cost a spell slot.
It just costs them having a sugar daddy.
Yeah, literally
Yes.
once a week or once
And
per long rest. By
Devoting your life to a higher being and worshiping them.
I don't know.
So
They
stupid.
they lose it for 1 week of non-greedy time.
Okay, that's fair. So it is actually.
So in greedy time, would that be a month?
I forget. I know that I have a rule for this, but I forget what it is. But the trade-off, of course, is that they literally do it for free.
It's just hey, at level 20, just do this for me, sugar daddy.
Yeah, Hey, Daddy, can you cast any spell in the game for? That's another part too. Is it doesn't even have to be just a cleric spell. They recommend
I think it's just
but
cleric spells.
They give as a suggestion that those effects would be appropriate, but they don't like. It can be anything your god is capable of doing.
If your god is the god of travel, for example, a teleport.
Yeah, absolutely. Anyway, you guys get a short rest.
I have something.
Oh yes, what's up?
So just because I need orange, could I have today bought 20 1C orange stones?
Probably. Give me electric. This is going to be an easy one.
Ugh,
I know. I'm
you
so
keep
sorry.
saying that.
We're so bad at them.
I believe in you this time.
7,
That's
lucky
fine.
number 7. Okay.
That's fine. You can get 20 level ones.
How much is it? 320. I mean, there's 16 each, right?
Yeah, 320.
Hell yeah! I'm gonna spend time tomorrow just merging and hope I hit some lucky ones.
Fuck yeah.
Gotta put the hard work in.
Yeah, the guy that you buy them from is like, oh, you're a merger. Haven't seen one of those around here in a long time. Okay.
Yeah, that's what they call me.
The merger. You guys get a short rest. Congratulations. It's Wednesday, I think.
Let me add mine. I prepare creation the next day.
Excellent.
And I make a bunch of mushrooms.
I assume these are all 1C 2V.
Correct. Unless you were shopping for them more dense.
Ugh, that's fine. I'm a merger now.
Pull wisp of shadow film into a non-living object of vegetable matter. Sure. Must be of a form of material you've seen before. Sure, absolutely.
And I need to have a piece of it.
And it lasts for a day, and you have to have a piece of it.
Oh.
Yeah. I can't see any reason why this wouldn't work, which is bizarre.
I make Gale a 5-foot block of just this hallucinogenic mushroom.
Yeah, there you go.
Could I have done one more thing yesterday?
Sure.
I'm just gonna activate my monocle and say, there exists a poison that can bypass the immunity of creatures with poison.
Boy.
Uh-oh.
So I'll say there exists on the material plane.
Okay.
Just make it easy. Just to kind of clear that. Also, I accidentally deleted the chat, and I don't know how to reactivate. I just refresh.
Okay. Say that again for me one more time, so I can parse the wording.
Here, I'll type it out.
Sure.
I was trying to figure out how to bring it back for you, and I also deleted the chat. So
I just refresh it. Refresh the page.
Oh, that's. I mean, it's playable, I guess, but.
barely, not really at all.
I have 69 mana.
That's a wonderful
Nice.
character right there.
Nice.
Fascinating.
That is a pretty good character.
Oh, thank God, I love it.
Yeah,
Play the hell out of that character.
Playing with the 5 is wonderful.
it's so much fun.
I'm just gonna say this. I'm just gonna say, like, I'm not gonna say.
Exists a poison that can poison creatures immune to poison. Okay, 0%.
Okay, there are no poisons.
Sorry.
Well, you worded it poorly.
What would have been better?
It should have been there exists a poison that can damage creatures immune to poison.
I'll ask again tomorrow.
You just
Okay.
want the damage.
Well, yeah, I'm trying to kill it. Like, that's the whole point.
I shouldn't say that.
And then tomorrow I will say the same thing, but instead of poison, it'll say can damage creatures immune to poison.
Those are good stats, Flick. Holy shit. Those are great.
Yeah, those are real good.
Alright, you guys get your short rest. You wake up
Gale.
Wednesday.
Gale, here is a block of mushrooms. I don't know what you're gonna do with it.
Alright, well, I gotta start restocking, so I guess I'll eat it.
So
Wait, what?
I don't want to put a hole in Gale's plan because I don't know it, but wouldn't your body eventually just pass it out anyways, regardless? Like, the poison's not just going to sit in your body. Your body's still going to separate it and pass it through your waste.
No, man,
No.
that's not what the item does.
The item just makes it so that it doesn't damage you, but it's still going to leave your body.
Nah.
I think it's
Your body's still going to filter things out like normal. It's just not going to take damage from it.
Not after I inject it into my bloodstream.
Yeah, your blood is filtered by your kidneys, and it filters out things that aren't poison, like water.
Gale's an artificer, and he's very good at both magic and magic items. You would know that, like, the magic item does what you expect of it. It literally, like, it grabs all of that poison and it holds on to it. It, like, even if the poisonous thing gets processed and passed out of your body, the magic item holds on to the effects of that poison and they'll deliver it when you take it off.
Yeah. So
So it's not a necklace of like immunity. It's just
No, it holds it.
Yeah,
Specifically.
it's explicitly not a necklace of immunity, which is why this plan could have worked.
Yeah. So this is the necklace that makes people kind of immortal. It doesn't let them age unless it's taken off. Then all the years come back.
Right, and that's a very deliberate effect of this. Is that it holds on to all that shit and then dumps it at the end.
Don't know if this was a thing Feck wanted to be.
okay. I see it now.
But now it is.
Oh, I had no idea what you guys were going to do with this. That's the beauty of D&D. I don't know what the fuck you guys are going to do with anything. I just throw shit at you and see what you do with it.
So if we put disease on him and anything else, just kind of suppresses it. Ahmad's aware of this. He's just not sure why Gale is restocking.
I'm not actually eating the mushroom. I did take a nibble of the first one, but
I was going to say, I assumed very much that you ate the first one, but
yeah, I did eat the first one because I was curious and upset that I was grifted.
You did get grifted pretty hard. I mean, he sold you a real poison just for a little more than it's worth, and he kind of knew that it wouldn't kill a green dragon. But let's not peek behind the curtains too much. What are you guys doing?
Yeah, what are we doing? Are we going to be in town more where I can craft?
No, we're gonna head
I
out.
think it's time for us to.
Are we
get rolling.
sailing there,
Yeah.
or are we teleporting?
It's
We're sailing.
taking some time
How
to
long
get
is that
there,
going to take us?
A couple days.
We also need to take a look at this here handy map that Leah has showed us.
Okay.
See what our angle of approach is here, how we want it. I mean, I presume we don't want to just fly right up to it.
Do we not?
Well,
To be clear, what I would like is to fly right up to it, but
if we get on Flick ship, we could just be invisible and fly up.
But my ship has a gun.
Ooh, what kind?
Wait, did you not move the invisibility button from what was our old ship's name?
I think it was this
Storm Tits.
Storm. That's not what it was. But sure, Storm Tits. Sad Wind Boy.
Sundown.
Did you not? Sundowner Rex. Did you not move the?
Yeah, that's what I
invisibility?
said. Storm Tits.
Did you? I mean, can you not like put an invisibility button on the ship? Maybe we have two ships.
I don't think I have the stones that we used for that. Also, I'm pretty sure that the ship itself is currently capped, possibly, unless I create an external thing for it.
as much as
Go ahead.
I do love the idea of just riding up in there and jumping on board and just hacking and slashing, but I suspect they'd be prepared for something like that, and I imagine they got ways to see past
Wait, I have
invisibility tricks.
Maybe I have an idea. Flick can control the weather. He can just make an extreme storm around their ship that blocks other visibility, or make a giant fog, and we can just sail through it towards them. We can use the
stupid thing. I love
we
it
can
so
use the
much.
detector.
so much.
We can use the detector to know where they are and just drive towards them, and they have no visibility through a super dense fog or something.
Sounds really cool.
Leah has spent a pretty decent time getting a sketch of the place done, and she is able to present it when you guys start talking about all this.
It looks really cool.
She explains that each of the different decks kind of has a different purpose. The top one is just general boarding. It's where people fly in. Typically business owners, managers, sometimes customers, but like the expensive and important ones, right? This isn't like a Walmart. People don't fly up here, buy a thing, and leave. It's an industrial area. It's a place of business. It's a place where They manage logistics and kind of the base of operations for all these various NSS companies. This is where there are factories that make food. This is where they make clothes. This is where the SSLC stores a lot of their goods and breaks them. This is where they break slaves. But there are like 8 or 9 different, more than that. There's like 19 to 30 different subsidiary companies here that all do their business here. And the top one is where people come and go. Below that is kind of the closest thing they have to a storefront, but even that one is a little bit of a misnomer. It's more of just like the outgoing department. It is where they take everything that is ready to be shipped out, and they leave it there packed up, ready to be transported up. The middle ring is where they do a lot of the manufacturing, a lot of the processing. It's where things actually get made. And then the bottom ring there is where raw goods are kind of processed, filtered, sometimes discarded, basically getting things ready for manufacturing. Below that, down at the very, very, very bottom, you can see that there's a small platform and another separate loading and docking area. That is exclusively for the very highest end people at the various NSS companies. This is where Anton would dock. This is where, theoretically, the owner of all of the other companies, the Delicacy Company, this is where they would all dock. And
This is where fucking McDonald lives.
theoretically. And they have kind of like a little fort down there that is where they do all of their headquarters business and things like that.
We need to be careful however we go about this, because last time we squared off with these people in Larval Fen, it's all my fault. I'm the one who talked us into it, but we attacked one of their ships and killed all the slavers and set everybody free and felt all good about ourselves, and then they came and busted the whole town up, and now I got 1,000 innocent souls watching what I do.
Okay,
So
Careful is my middle name.
my point is that if there's a bunch of slaves on there fixing to get broken, then they ain't gonna be afraid to use those people against us. Start tossing
Hold on.
people overboard or whatever.
Hold on, Gail. You don't have a last name, but you have a middle name?
I do have a last name.
I thought you didn't.
Gail, careful.
Yeah. It's actually Gale, careful Gale.
It's like the Mario
Last
Brothers.
name's Gale.
Yeah.
Mario.
God.
Luigi, Mario.
All of the noble kobolds, their first and last name are the same.
There are 70 kobolds named Gale wandering around on this planet.
No, everybody has their own unique first name, and it's also their last name.
Oh, okay.
But if you have 2 names, then
So that's
your
Leo
nobility.
You're noble.
Okay.
Yeah. Anyways, my point is that I have 2 options. I assume that we don't want to kill everybody on this place because they're like innocent people or whatever, right?
That would be ideal.
Okay, so not plan 2. Plan 1. Going off of our chicken white plan, potentially, what if one of us, preferably somebody who is good at lying and, competent, took on
Here,
the
maybe
guise
you're
of
lying.
not me, as it turns out, much to my chagrin. But what if one of us took on the form of Mr. White and then,
Okay.
quote unquote, captured us and then brought us to Anton as a offering, since they probably recognize most of us, and that would get us right up to him.
What if they have a way to see through the magic like I do? Like if it took his shape, like I can just look at Flick and I see Flick.
Not if we take his actual body.
Say it's not a trick
Yeah.
if he's actually Mr. White's body.
But, well then wouldn't we be reliant on Mr. White's ability to lie and not our own?
I don't know how. Well, that's bringing up the whole question of do our mental stats transfer over with this thing, and I don't actually think I know the answer to that.
Nobody knows the answer to that. The closest that you can get, though, and she would volunteer this information. Thyra mentions that when she was put into the false mechanical body by a very similar engine that runs on the same technology, it was still her in there. She was the one thinking. She was the one doing the doing. It was still her personality. There was a little bit of influence on her mind. She was corrupted and made to act in a certain way. But that was not an inherent part of the engine. That was because they were corrupted. They were made to enslave people.
I have an alternative plan. Maybe we could even do a combination of them. Flick has the ability to affect the weather around him. We could make it so that as we're going forward, with 5 miles away from us or in front of us, he can cause an extreme ocean storm as we're approaching them, which will cause most of the people on the Wandering Sun to be inside. They won't be out and about, as we can fly up on Flick's invisible ship. And if we know the area of the ship where his office is, we can just go in and just take out the head. And
the question is, I mean, how many people live on this thing? Hundreds, thousands, more? How are we getting all these people what we rescue out of it? Or are we taking this thing? Do we know how to fly this thing? Gale, does it look like you could fly this thing if you were behind the wheel?
I don't know. It's a big balloon. I could fly it. I could also pop it, but and just kill everyone. But again, unless we have a way to remove everyone innocent from it.
If it was just the slavers on there, I'd be all about that plan. But there's a lot of innocent people on there, and I did enough of getting innocent people killed in larval fin. I'd like to avoid it here if I can. Handle this situation a little better. Is Leah here?
She is, yes. She was the one who gave you the straw, and she's able to answer a couple of these questions.
Do you think you could fly it? You're a skilled captain.
I am, and I'm certain that if it can be flown, I could fly it. The issue is I don't know how it works. They never told us how the city itself moved. It certainly looks like an airship. It has a balloon like an airship. It looks warm on the inside like an airship. Sometimes I swear I can see things, kind of moving or flashing in there. But I've never seen a control room. I've never seen a helm. It's certainly, you can, and she kind of like motions down to the size of the other airships compared to it. It's much bigger than any airship I've ever seen. I don't know. Maybe I could certainly try, and it would be a lot of fun if I can get it to work, I guess. But I don't know.
actually, that gives me an idea. What if we do like a nice little sting operation where we come just after the head, we kill him. Nomad can eat his brain, learn about him, then someone can change into him and maybe send everyone off on a mission, and then we can just destroy the balloon once we have all of the actual slavers off.
The trouble is, and maybe I'm not understanding this, Leah, you could probably help us here, but this thing ain't just Anton and the slavers, the SSLC, it's also the NSS and a bunch of other companies that work on this thing.
Right.
I don't think Anton's in charge of the whole operation, just the slaving part.
No, that's right. There's a lot of different companies there. They all are under the umbrella of this one organization, this new society staple. He only really controls the SSLC. They've got a little quarter down in each of these chunks that's theirs. I know that the bottommost one is where they keep most of the slaves until they're ready to be shipped off, and then they take them up to the top.
But there must be
lots of other people doing business here. There's probably, at any given time, there's probably a few thousand people in this thing from all sorts of different companies.
Yeah, but there must be some type of like emergency or alarm that can be set that's like, hey, this is going down, you need to get off of it.
Oh, absolutely. There's airships all over this place. Everything here runs on airships. They also have, and she points to the sides, these cable cars. These take people up and down the lifts, and I've seen that they have stones in them for if they were to become detached and fall. I think that they drift, kind of like like they were being carried by the wind. The place part of what makes it safe is that it's hard to track down and that it's not hostile, I guess. But they built it to not be a death trap, I guess is the best way to put it.
So if we popped the balloon while it was over land, it would just set itself down.
It would drift down. And this is a thing that Gale would actually know because he did a lot of research on airships, and especially on airships that don't run on elemental enslavement. But he would know that this is kind of applicable either way. The balloons of an airship are not under pressure. They are not pressurized, they don't pop. If anything, it's closer to a parachute that is constantly being blown up by either hot wind or a primordial elemental. So what that means is that the balloon can sustain some damage without just popping and immediately dropping to the ground. It's more of the more damage the balloon takes, the less lift it has, so it starts to drift down towards the ground. If you were to somehow, immediately destroy the entire top half of the balloon somehow, then yeah, it would go into free fall and it would crash into the ocean or whatever.
Do we... Well, never mind.
Because I feel like no matter what we do, once they find out that we're there, they then have a whole bunch of hostages if they find out that we're there for the slaves.
Yeah, I think that as much as I don't want this to be the case, I want to go in there and just cut Anton's fucking head off, but I think we need some finesse here, try to find a way to, I don't know, get the thing on the ground, create some sort of false alarm.
Actually, I might, if we're willing to spend some time, I can do the thing where I cry into the sky, and I can just make everyone who sees it believe that it's going to go down and they need to evacuate.
I like that idea.
We obviously can workshop what it says, but
Ain't like they're letting the slaves outside anyway. They ain't gonna see it.
yeah. Maybe we could even add. I'll have to look at how it works exactly, but maybe we can even add they can't bring the slaves or their ships will crash. I don't know how I'd word that, but make it so that they leave the slaves behind on the Wandering Sun and everyone else evacuates. If enough heads of the state see it, they'll command their underlings to leave as well. It can't be a command, of course, but if we give them false information.
Leah, do they track every ship what flies up to this thing? Do we need to sneak in, or can we just fly up like somebody trying to do business?
They would almost certainly be met before they approach the docking by one of the patrolling airship, questioned and told to leave. People show up on appointment, but if you don't have clearance, you're expected to be an invited visitor. And they do defend the place. It's full of trade secrets, and they don't like outsiders snooping around. It's not like they give tours of the place.
I have, going off of that, what if we make it so that the prophecy that they're all going to see is based off of a storm coming? I really just want Flick to make a storm, but we can, and then we can activate the storm when we're near, and then when they see the storm, they're like, "Oh my God, the storm is real! I was told the storm is coming." It'll reinforce that it's true, and then they can evacuate.
Leah might know the answer to this too. I sure as shit don't. Storms actually do happen all the time. Is this thing equipped to handle a storm? Are they going to care that there's a storm coming?
They do, and oh my God, she rolled so low. But this is it has never been a problem. In fact, the weather always seemed to be okay around this thing. I don't know if they plan around the weather or if they. I don't know. The entire time that I was there for years, never ever the entire time did we have a storm.
But
That seems impossible unless there's some sort of magic.
Nomad, if they have someone who can control the weather, and then Flick attempted to control the weather, what would happen?
Yeah, what would happen?
Meta, you
Rollies.
Yeah. There would
Rollies.
kind of be spellcasting check rollies.
The spellcasters would combat each other in
Would it-
arcane or divine prowess.
Yeah,
Flick-
they would combat each other, and then they would immediately know that someone was fucking with them.
Yeah,
Hmm.
they would find out.
Yeah, like they would immediately know they were under attack if we do that now.
You know, the idea of just running in with our blades out and cutting people up is growing on me in a hurry.
Okay, again, hostages.
So,
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
I'm just.
Leah, which warehouses would be holding the hostages on the ship?
She would point out that if all you're concerned about is the slave, then there is a row of warehouses down on the very bottom ring there, kind of over towards, she calls it the eastern side. This thing rotates freely. But she says that there are 3 big red warehouses, and those are the ones that have all the slaves in it. They also do get moved up to the top when it is like shipping day, when they're getting ready to be shipped out to the various places they're going. And those are taken to a couple of smaller red shack up on the top. So those are, at the very least, that's where they operate out of. That's what she knows.
Who?
Would you know what the go ahead, Gail. I don't know how to word this.
Sorry. Who controls the guard schedules?
That is a little bit above her pay grade. She's not entirely sure. She assumes that it's somebody down in that big administrative fort, probably.
Do you have anything that belongs to Anton?
Oh, boy.
Do I count?
I don't want to mention it,
But I'll say it. He thinks I belong to him. He's been trying to get me back into his possession for 7 years.
Yeah, if you're talking discrete physical objects, I don't. But if we're talking things that can be a little more metaphysical, me, Nordo, and a little more concrete than that, she holds up kind of her missing hand, and for a moment conjures just like a little bit of a lightning hand in its place. You see sparks fly here and there, and then she quickly whiffs it aside. This was all a gift from him.
We've got this, and Nordo has to go dig for it, but he's got a cheap part that dig for it. He keeps it on his person. The piece, we have the ownership paperwork for the brass magnate, which is, I guess, says it's owned by Zuzka Colt and Admiral Zufan. Been holding on to this for like 80 sessions.
Yeah, absolutely.
So that's like, I don't know if that belonged to him or Captain Colt, or if both would apply.
Both would.
In theory, it wouldn't matter anyway. Do you need those papers for any reason?
No, it's just holding on to them because I thought we might need them one day. So if you got something to do with them,
Yeah, I can at least ward us and make it harder for them to fight us while we're there.
sounds terrific. I'll hand them right over.
And
Sorry, go ahead.
no, you're good. Just at some point during our few days over there, I will do the Shield of the Hearthfire ritual
Ari.
and ward us against Anton.
Anton, all of his associates.
And all of his associates.
Oh, that's so many people.
Boy.
It's the entire army, hopefully.
It's the entire thing.
God.
What a great item.
So good.
Right after I said that the thing I gave Ace was like the strongest thing that I've given anyone. Okay. Real quick before we continue this discussion, Vasu, Ace, and Nomad, were any of these hands pertinent to what's going on? Or,
Yeah.
I guess let's just run through them real quick. So, Vasu, what you got?
I can't remember.
Okay, perfect. Ace, what you got?
It was about the Skywrap. I have an idea of what I could say. If people want to hear it real quick, we could say something like, "Oh, first question though: if you are challenged by another spell that's trying to do something you are doing, do you know anything about the person doing it?"
No, you can feel that there is magic trying to impact
Okay.
your magic, but it's not like you get a vision of the other caster or something.
Perfect. Then what I think we should say then is the gods have grown weary of your sins. Better a dead freeman than a living slave. A divine storm will cleanse you. And then if they see someone controlling the weather, they will think that it is the gods. And it's not wrong if they look at it, because it will be a creature of a celestial being.
Mhm.
So I'm just going to throw that out there as my plan. Maybe we can get them to evacuate and leave the slaves behind.
If you want. It is a celestial being controlling it too.
Yeah.
currently.
So that's just I'm just throwing that into the ether. As long as it's not a command or anything like that, it follows the rules of the crier skill. I'll keep reading through it, but just throwing that out there. You guys are Gucci.
Excellent. Nomad, what you got?
How accurate is Leah's drawing?
I mean, I was only ever in these two buildings, and she points again to the warehouses down below, and then to the storefront up top. Aside from like maybe one or two walks that I was occasionally taken on to the docks and back, I didn't like explore this place and was not really given the freedom to wander much, even when I was obedient. I mean, I guess what I mean is the entire time I was there, I was either a slave or I was obedient, and I didn't really like. What I'm getting at, all of these buildings, they're filled in, they're guesses. I don't know who is in this building, for instance. I know that this one right here is where they made a bunch of textiles because it was right next to our warehouse. And I know that this one right over here is apparently where they import a lot of spices because it was next to our warehouse. Beyond that, it's all, these are just drawings. I drew a bunch of buildings because I know they're there.
I understand. This was going to be a mechanical thing because I wanted to maybe find out if this was anything like the Sundowner Rex, then it's controlled via a ring attuned to the captain or something. Maybe we can just take that from Anton when we defeat him. I just want to figure out, like, based on how it's created or how it's designed, suss out how it's controlled. I doubt it's mechanical.
Yeah.
Like what Gale's ship is.
Is it considered to be a city?
You imagine that it would probably, yeah, you imagine it would probably count for your special ability, yes.
So if we do it at night, I can just ask the city how we can drive it.
Yeah. Do you have to be on the city?
I have to be within its limits,
Gotcha.
and it has to be nighttime.
Sure. So here's one of the things I can add. I have Windwalk. If we make a storm to cover stuff in the fog, we could windwalk to an area that is unguarded, maybe, and then start from there. Either we start freeing the slaves, or we go for the head, right?
Yeah, maybe even a few heads if we can find them. I mean, it'll still cause a power vacuum of some sort, but
Yeah.
in the chaos, we could at least greatly diminish their power. I guess that would depend on if Flick feels like he could hold the storm and windwalk and keep his focus on it.
I think so. Concentrating.
I think
so.
Oh, windwalk is just windwalk's teleportation. Usually, he just like literally move as the wind, right?
It's not teleportation. We can move 300 feet per round, I think, and we can dash, so 600 feet.
Oh, cool. Then yeah, he should be fine. I keep forgetting it's not teleportation.
So we will have to find a place. We will hope to not be found, and hope to find a place where we can unshift, which takes a minute.
Yeah. Do we have any idea on which part, which level, which building is his residence, his office?
Yeah, he. When I was with him, it was in these lower warehouses. But when he was done for the day, he would go down, which I assume means he was going down to that very bottom bit there, to the weird fortress at the bottom.
Yeah. Obviously, there's one flaw with my plan. Maybe not one, but at least one, which is like they might just kill the slaves.
Also,
I do not think they would just destroy their merchandise.
That's true.
It would be a waste.
Who has the Windwalk spell?
Me.
You would be aware that coming out of it incapacitates you, which means you would drop concentration.
Yeah, when you start dropping, it also like makes you drop concentration.
But you would be.
But
able
the
to
storm
retain it
will
on the
not
way in.
the storm will not disappear for a while though.
How fast can you go as a Flick in this form?
How fast can I go?
Yeah.
120 feet, is that right? 1 second, where'd it go?
What if you did?
So 240.
Yeah, 240.
Okay, so what we could do, maybe someone could cast invisibility on him, and he will not
I
windwalk
can
with us.
just use invisibility, but
You can't-
So
But it's
Oh, wait.
concentration.
yeah,
So what you could do is you can control the weather. Someone else can cast invisibility on you. We'll get to the ship. You'll come along with us a little bit slower, and then we'll wait for you to be in the cover with us before we stop being windwalked. and then you can keep your concentration. Because if the storm stops, they're just going to think that it's done. But
Yeah.
that might make it. That might make this might be getting a little bit too complicated. I don't know.
Who can cast invisibility? You? I think. Is invisibility a thing you can do? Is
What level?
you
is
don't? Oh yeah, you
invisibility?
don't need it. Everyone with dark vision sees this invisible in the dark.
Yeah, I don't even know what level it is.
Second, greater
I-
is fourth.
Do you have invisibility?
I do,
Oh.
but I'll be casting Windwalk.
I mean,
it's not a,
you could
it's not
just. I can just write it.
Yeah.
I mean, you could just teach it to me. I can write it in my book. Actually, I'm pretty sure I haven't written down the spells you gave me, but like I copied all. At this point, I think I've copied all of your spells over. I just haven't added them to mine.
Yeah, you copied all the first level ones, I think.
First, I can do level 1 and 2.
Oh, okay, then you probably have my.
I'll just
as well.
prepare it.
Yeah, you can cast it on them.
Unless anyone else has any other ideas, or
Yeah, if there are other plans aside from this, because I always have Windwalk. It's a thing I can't unprepare until I steal some other spellcaster's abilities.
And we don't want to just try and talk to Anton directly.
I don't know what that would do.
Get us in a room alone with him, so that we
you,
can just kill him directly, and then
and you think that we'll be alone in a room with him?
Well, he'll have his guards, but he's going to have guards anyways. This is D&D. We're not going to actually fight him alone.
This is why
I
we
don't-
have to know where he shits, so we can just teleport to it and gank him.
Teleport
Tywin
in the
Lannister his
bathroom.
ass. Yeah.
While we're windwalking,
Tywin Lannister his ass. It'd be great.
can people see us when we windwalk?
Yeah.
They can see fog, basically. That's why in the fog
But-
we're basically invisible.
But if there's a storm that has, how that well,
Again, the storm is going to alert them immediately, which with your thing works fine to make everyone panic, but that doesn't get us closer to Anton inherently.
This thing can teleport, right? Oh no, that was Leah's ship.
Yeah,
Leah's ship goes through portals.
I've never experienced it teleporting though. Real quick, Moat, what's up?
Not a huge deal, but if it does matter, I within the last 30 days I did this ritual against the Deep Mother / Pale Knight. So if anybody on the Sun or any of Anton's allies would have also been affected by that warding, they can't be warded against again for 30 days.
Oh, excellent, good to know. But yeah, she explains that this thing drifts, it moves, and it moves surprisingly fast, but it doesn't teleport.
How fast would you say it moves?
I could outrun
We
it.
measure in feet here, so
Yeah, I could outrun it in the Zephyr.
probably miles.
She would use knots. Out of character, I don't know my knots well enough, and I should. But she
Same.
would. She would know that I could outrun it in the Zephyr, but the Zephyr's a very fast ship.
Okay.
It could easily outrun like our freighters, our large cargo ships for sure. Smaller
Okay.
ships could keep up with it, but they'd have to be going at pretty near top speeds.
It's fast.
It is-
It's a
it's
fast
very
fucking.
fast. Yep.
Is there any reason that we're attacking the Wandering Sun directly?
No, we're trying to get like the head inside.
Yeah, but Anton has his own ship. Can't we try and target that instead? Would that be easier?
That sounds easier.
I mean, if we can get them to leave the Wandering Sun,
Well, Anton has to leave at some point, right? Like, he came and attacked us.
Yeah, he appeared on a different ship, right?
Yeah.
what does he
The one
want?
with the giant laser.
Well, he didn't want the Tarask being woken up. Do we want to go and wake up an elemental?
I thought he appeared because like these fuckers bled themselves dry in that pedestal. And summoned him.
That might have been it. Should we go bleed ourselves dry on that pedestal again?
Yeah. What was that effect?
You have the
Did I-
feat that gives you like the perfect memory, right?
Yeah, basically. No,
Within
you
30
gave me
days.
one that's mixed. It works for 1 whole year. The one you gave me.
Christ. Okay. Your best memory is you walked out, and so I should be clear here. My best memory as the DM.
Yeah,
You
yeah,
walked.
fair.
You walked out onto this balcony at the top of this tower of this cult that was dedicated to the Tarask and possibly to reawakening it. There, you saw that there were murals and carvings on the platform that suggested that there was a ship that had given them some sort of vision or uplifting or some sort of a religious benefit or boon or something.
Aliens.
You saw that several of these priests went outside and poured their own blood into grooves on that. That seemed to activate some sort of a magical effect of some sort. Shortly afterwards, there was a flash, and the ship appeared off in the distance.
Then it shot us with lasers.
And it shot you with lasers. Yep. The tower began to fall, and then a big old battle ensued, and you guys fled. That is about what you recall.
Could I kind of check that fucking thing?
Sure. I'm going to do disadvantage just because it's retrospective, but sure.
Sure. Is it Arcana or Religion?
Arcana.
Numad helps. Cancel that. It's rolling. Give it time. Yep. It's a 44.
As you kind of repeat this image, these memories in your mind, and especially as you corroborate with the literal external embodiment of your own memories in the form of Numad, you study some of the patterns, some of the runes, some of the arcane bits that have been left behind, the telltale sign. It was a signal. It was a flare. It's not like these people summoned the ship. It was a call for help, and then the ship arrived.
And then it blasted them.
Yes. That part.
What? That doesn't make any sense.
Yeah,
Why is the ship tied with that?
That is up to you. That's for you to determine.
Yeah. History check?
History, insight, investigation. You could throw anything you want at it, and I might give you something.
Sure. Fucking Arcana.
Could I make a check for this too, since he's telling us about this?
Sure. Yeah.
On why this might be a thing?
Yes, he's saying this out loud.
Yeah, he tells everyone basically why.
If my mercenary background could help at all, I'll try to help. I doubt it, but
You said the investigation could be rolled?
Yeah, you could do investigation, insight, maybe history. Like throw whatever you want out, and I might give you something for it.
Sure. Help me, Numad. You're my only.
My suspicion would be that
Nice.
they were given a task, and if they used that signal flare, that was Anton's way of knowing that they had fucked up, and so he was destroying the evidence.
Oh, that makes sense.
It wasn't an eye. For them, they were told it was a help me button, but for him, it was a time to cut our ties.
Yeah. But wasn't it like really old?
What was this? It was old because that was where the Tarask was, but I don't think the actual
flare wasn't old.
I would assume not. It might have been based on an old location or something.
Oh boy, Nomad. Do you have do you have stone cutting or mason's tools maybe?
Sure, I do now. I have expertise in it even.
Give me a stone cutting check.
God, here.
Oh yeah, you were there too. You saw it firsthand. So 24 mason's tools.
Fucking 44.
Between the two of you, the carvings, the relief, the mural of this ship, surprisingly old, like hundreds of years old.
His laser ship, right? Is the one you're talking about?
Yeah.
We need to get that fucking ship.
There were signs of weather and wear on, and it was outdoors, so there's going to be more than expected anyway. But there were indications that carving must have been at least 250 years old, if not much older.
All of that was definitely faked by Anton.
Could I tell if it was faked with that 44?
What do you mean by fake? Oh, was the mural artificially aged?
Yeah.
I'll Oh my goodness, it'd be so hard to tell. I mean, you nat 20'd for 44, and you got a 24 on Mason's tool. If it was faked, it was done in a way that made it seamlessly integrated with the entire rest of the building, which seems like a big stretch, even for a very dedicated process that uses a lot of magic. It seems unlikely. I think that's reasonable to get on that 20 there.
Unlikely. But not impossible.
Yeah.
Unlikely. Well, my 5th level spell will say otherwise, so.
Go on.
Yeah.
What does your 5th level spell do?
Stone shape.
Does that make it look aged?
We can make it seamless.
The part to you, Nomad, and one of the reasons that I think you would be able to justify this with a nat 20, you would know that a lot of spells that can shape or create stone, like Fabricate or Stone Shape or Mold Earth or all these other things, a lot of them work only on non-magical stone. Sometimes even
This
only
is really
on
magical.
sometimes only on unworked stone, but even if it works on worked stone, it's usually still non-magical stone. This platform was clearly it was magical. It had the ability to send out a summoning, or not a summoning, but a flare, like a warning signal, when blood was applied to it. So I mean, I guess it could have been done ahead of time.
Yeah, it could have been done first, and then they made it magic.
Yeah, it's hard to, it's hard to really explain why you might know this with a nat 20, but with a nat 20, it's hard to.
I intuit that it doesn't make sense. It's too much of a hassle.
Yeah,
For example,
it's reasonable.
It's only 5 feet per casting. Like,
it could have been. It just would have been a very, very painstaking and expensive and long process. You imagine that if it was done like that, it would still be something that took years to do, just by the sheer volume of surface that have to be changed. Okay, let's see.
So,
with all of these other checks, before we get too far, with the investigation check there, with the history check there, with did Moat do a mercenary check?
No, but I think we went to the bathroom.
Okay, gotcha. Still, we have good rolls here, and Moat's mercenary background helps here. Moat would be aware that a lot of companies, including the SSLC, but also other like slaving companies and smaller companies will very frequently manipulate the native people that they are exploiting. They will show them, advanced technology and magic that they might not have access to. They will try to set themselves up as like these great beings from a far off land who are way more advanced than they are, and try to garner their respect. Try to set themselves up as like advanced and supreme and divine beings, even sometimes. This feels a lot like that. It feels like manipulation. And you could tell, because several of you were there, the surviving gnolls were just as surprised to see that laser beam as you guys were. You get the sense, Gail's probably right. They were probably told it would do one thing, and it did something else.
Mm-hmm.
I have a new plan.
Hit me.
What if we skywrite something like, Antoine is planning to betray you and sell you into slavery? And just
Everyone's going to ask who Antoine
just have
is.
everyone turn on him. His entire company will turn on him. We can just incite a rebellion within them that will just take care of the leader for us. Maybe even make it a little bit more vague, where we can maybe, I don't know who else is leader there, but we could literally just, they're going to think it's coming from a reliable source.
I quite like it.
And I don't think there's any way that they can see through this. Like, even if you or resist the effects, you are unaware that it happened. And then after Antoine is dead, I mean, if we can word it in a way that kills other leaders, it'll cause disorder, and it might be easier for us to bring them down. Or he will try to escape, in which case then our biggest threat on the sun, or on the wandering sun, will no longer be there, and we can take it down and track him down later. but it'll cut him off from all of his minions.
I like it.
This is a terrible plan.
Why is that?
Because we've been playing this game for 3 years, and you want to scare away Nordo's major villain at the climax.
No, I
We
want.
should just
I
go
want
in
his-
there and kill him.
I
Like,
want his people to murder him.
yeah,
It's still
you're-
taking it away from Nordo, so
Right. Like,
Well, when in this plan, we will be near him. We will be
Don't
near the
cover-
Wandering Sun.
that's sure.
I mean,
No, just-
in order for my spell to work, they have to see the skyrite, which means they have to be close enough that they can see it.
This
Yeah,
might be
It's
a good
Skyrite.
idea.
It literally has infinite range.
This might
You have to be able to read it. If it's so far away, you can't read it.
This might be a good idea because while we're near, if Anton is basically, like the heat's on him and they're trying to get him down or whatever, he has to maybe put some space from himself and everyone else. I doubt they'll be able to kill him. He knows the place too well. He's powerful. He'll try to get to a ship and go away, but
Oh, and
that's where
we
he'll
can
be
just
vulnerable.
and we can just be waiting on his ship for him to try to evacuate to it, and then we can kill him once he's on his ship, and he's not going to have any backup.
It's better to take him alone than him with his entire. The problem is they might fire on his ship if he.
Well,
tries-
I assume the moment he gets on the ship, he's going to teleport, which means we'll be with him on the ship, going
Yeah.
wherever he's going, and then once we get there, not like he can just abandon the ship.
the phrase "abandoned ship" is literally a commonplace thing.
It is. It is a common thing when you're on a ship in the water, not a ship in the sky.
I have kind of a weird question. So with my mercenary background, I know a little bit about, company leaders and whatnot. Does Anton seem like the type of person who would abandon the Wandering Sun even under these circumstances?
Oh boy.
it's not his ship.
You can
right?
just say no, it's just a background feat. I was just curious.
You can just give me like a general history check. You don't know anything about Anton specifically, but you do know, just based on your experience with Mercenary Company, cowardice and especially abandoning your job and more importantly, like your whole organization. It's the sort of behavior that like brand new mercenaries do when they're first like trying out, when they're like getting their feet wet, when they're trying to figure out if a life of mercenary work is right for them. Once you start moving up in the mercenary world, reputation is like, it's all you've got. It's your entire card. It's what gets you work and what comes. It's the reason that people come to you for work instead of hiring people in-house. And the only way that you can imagine he would abandon post is if he was ready to permanently give up his life of mercenary work. And for somebody who has made it so far up, you think that's probably unlikely that he would just bounce like that. You would know that there are stories of people setting up like fake second identities and decoys and things like that for their own safety. But even then, they continue to run shop. They just do so with some safety.
Cool, just pass that along. It's obviously not concrete, but
So he might be in like a ride or die situation if mutiny happens.
yeah, I don't know that we're gonna be able to get him out of the sun.
Well, I mean, if I guess Nordo's or Zeke's not technically here right now, so I don't want to like go too much into this. But whenever he does get back, I want to ask him like, does it really? Is it fine if his men kill him, or does Nordo need to be there to see it happen? I get the feeling it's very heavily leaning towards the second one.
Yeah. I am going to follow up real quick with a little more that Moat would get on that history check. First of all, to reinforce, and you've already been told this, but Moat would be able to like absolutely 100% back this up. Anton works on the Wandering Sun. His company is part of the Wandering Sun. He doesn't own the Wandering Sun. The NSS does. The New Society Staples Conglomerate owns the Wandering Sun. So he's just a part of this. It's he's got his own thing going on, and they just happen to do their business here, right? This is just their headquarters.
Gotcha. So his ship is his ship, and that's probably where he would go to if everyone in the Wandering Sun turned against him.
The second thing that he would know, that Moat would know with just this history check, mutiny at higher levels of this business are incredibly uncommon. Typically, if you make it into a company this big, you do so because you're pretty loyal. That's not to say that, it's irrevocable or unchangeable. It's been probably 60 years since the last time a company this large had a mutiny.
Yeah, but if you have everyone on the ship being told by a reliable source that this guy is going to betray them specifically.
Sure.
But they don't all know that other people know, and
people are going to start whispering.
Probably not, is the thing, because if you whisper that sort of shit, you get killed.
Ace, give me just like a wisdom check real quick.
It might happen, but it would take weeks before they're not just going to start rioting the second they see this.
You would also know, Ace, the way that your special ability manifests is they get a fortune cookie that says a bad thing is happening and your boss is responsible, or they have a dream from an angel. It's clearly supernatural, and people, especially if they do start whispering, they oh wow, they really did talk to you, didn't they? Oh yeah, I caught a fish that said that to me.
Are these people considered to be sailors, and are they notoriously...
They're very superstitious. I don't want to broad brush too much, but sailors tend to be pretty superstitious, yeah. But with that said, it's it's not like they get a divine... Well, it's not like they know with certainty. They're just getting an omen, right? They get an omen, and it's clearly supernatural, for sure. It's hard to say whether or not they would believe it to be infallible, I guess is the best way to say.
It's not an angel coming down and telling them, hey, this happened.
I mean, it could if they're religious, but not necessarily, yeah.
That's a dream. I meant a waking, angel pops in your window.
Hey. Meta. I don't know this as Ace, but Meta, Toto started talking to Gale when he was awake and told him.
Yeah, it was pretty convincing.
Huh. Okay. Interesting.
But I guess what I'm saying is, in Gale's head, the only thing that happened is Toto said, hey, this is going to happen. Trustworthy, but not infallible.
Your force specifically comes across as a supernatural omen. I'm more just thinking there are plenty of trickster lying supernatural forces out there. If they're as loyal as they probably are, they're probably not going to...
Okay, so maybe that won't work then. What else could work then? We know that he has his ship.
I think we just let him live.
Do we know who all of the major leaders are there?
Quite possibly. Anybody can give me a history check. Advantage if you grew up in Wellington. And then
has Leah heard their names, or has she
gotcha
spoken with them or been in rooms with them?
She will do one as well. Moat with the mercenary, I think you just would probably know.
I don't know, it's a weird background. I have to see their crest.
Yeah, I'll tell you, just give me a history check and I'm gonna give you a big bonus for it.
I mean, we know what the crests that are there, right? The three major companies.
38.
Nomad and Moat are about on the same page. Leah and Flick are about on the...
Could I sell you on humanoids being my favorite enemy?
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, so you are a little bit above the tier with Leah and Flick and a little bit below the tier with Moat and Nomad. Moat and Nomad both have kind of an exhaustive understanding of all the different companies that make up New Society Stable. I don't have a complete list here, but there's about 20 or so companies.
Sure.
The NSS is here, Little Delicacy is here, there are a handful of textile and clothing companies, there are a couple of food companies. It's a bizarre spread because some of them are incredibly benign, like clothing, food, furniture, toys company. Like there's a big toy company that's part of this. But then on the other hand, they also have like labor, aka slave. They have weapons and arms manufacturing. They have a very big like armor division and blacksmithing. They sell a lot of armor and equipment for adventuring. They have a shipwright. They have a company that makes airships and sells them. That's one of their biggest and most profitable ones. So there's just a wide there's a wide gamut of everyday goods and services, ranging from the mundane to the adventurous.
Okay. So that means that there's like the vast majority of the people here are not involved with Anton's stuff.
Correct. Yeah,
Okay.
Anton stuff makes up probably about an 18th or a 19th of the business that happens on the Wandering Sun.
Okay. It's a significant portion, but
So is our goal to destroy the Wandering Sun, or are we specifically going after the slavers?
specifically the slavers and Anton.
So at that point, would it be smarter to try to get Anton off of the Wandering Sun? Maybe slowly pick off every company that's on there, if that's what we want to do, but maybe not on their base?
Well, we've already talked about that, and he's not going to leave for nothing.
Clearly,
But what if?
the
But what would he leave for?
course of action here is to somehow vote him off the MSS. This is going to be a business.
So here's the plan. We go into the
Battle.
bank and we get job applications, all right? And then we show up to work every day for about 2 or 3 years until we get promoted, okay? And then the whole time, they're giving us money.
In about 10 years, I will be the CEO. And then I'll fire him.
So we take all of our adventuring money and we buy stocks.
We could be landowners.
So when it comes to Anton, Anton,
If we funnel all of our money into a few upstarts, we could double our money by year 2.
other than just interested in mercenary and slavery, like what is it that he wants? He just wants power? Like what is it that makes Anton Anton? What can we use against him? Or is that all we know?
Leah kind of steps in here. I spent a considerable amount of time with him. He enjoys wealth. He enjoys the food, the wine, the power, the nice things for sure. That's definitely part of it. But I don't think it's what motivates him. He has all the money he could ever want, and I don't think he needs more of it. I do think that it is more than that. It's power, it's control, it's dominion.
Is it how widely known is it that Mr. White has been captured and that Salt Bowl is free?
Oh my goodness.
Because
Give me a history check, I guess.
Because, hear me out, what if we have Mr. White write a letter, we can watch him do it, to Anton, gifting him Salt Bowl. And we can try to lure Anton to Salt Bowl, where he can claim the city as his own. We can get him off of the Wandering Sun that way. If power and wealth is what he wants, what's better than owning a city? Like, yes, the Wandering Sun, but he doesn't own the Wandering Sun. A whole city, a city that's full of still stones.
That is very good. Leah would kind of chime in. It's very likely that while he would gladly own the city, he likes to be able to come and go as he pleases. His own freedom is important to him. And what I mean by that is...
He'll send people over instead of himself.
Right. And that's how he runs his entire operation. It's the reason that he spared my life is because he was able to break me and turn me into another pawn, his right hand, and she holds up her missing hand. I was one of his many hands, the ones that went out and did his work for him so that he didn't have to.
Was there ever a time that he did do it on his own?
This is the only time that I think I ever saw him In fact, you mentioned that when you were at this place that his ship appeared. When was that? Do you remember?
6 months ago.
She kind of nods a little bit. Then that must have been it. It was one of the only times that I've ever seen him in the middle of us being in the same room, having a conversation, stand up and act like he had to go do work. As far as I know, that's the only time he has ever, suddenly got up and gone to do his own work for himself.
What was that?
It's certainly possible that he's done it other times and I just wasn't around for it, but that's the only time it happened while as like an interruption to our discussions.
And just, I apologize, but do we know why his people were there? They were just trying to stop the Tarask thing, right?
I don't know. I've heard whispers here and there as I got a little bit farther up the ranks that they were interested in Nordo. That's all I really know is I heard Nordo's name came up once or twice, and at the time I thought they were talking about my dad, but they talked about him like he was alive, and now I kind of see why that is. I've connected the dots, but...
Is he working with the Raiju and the Raijin?
Double check. What are those?
The spirits of wind and water, right?
Maybe. I know he has...
Like the Tarask is earth, the Phoenix is fire.
I mean, I know that there are elementals on the Wandering Sun that help defend it.
Ryujin and Raiju, yeah.
Could definitely explain why it doesn't storm there.
He gave me this, and she kind of like holds up her little lightning hand, like...
And how it flies, because...
What if we... Okay, this is kind of out there. What if... Could we, like, appeal to his... honor's not the right word. We use your Skywrite, and we tell him that, in better words than this, it's just a rough draft, that Nordo's coming, and he wants, like, a one-on-one, and we find a way to, like, phrase the Skywrite in such a way that besmirches him, because, he lost a slave, and he's, his reputation isn't all that, and we call that into question, and we appeal to his need to defend his honor and his reputation, and face us one-on-one. Come get us Nordo back.
We damage his reputation.
Yeah,
yes.
And everyone else will see it as well.
Right, the whole city will be on board.
And see that if he doesn't accept it.
It also reduces collateral damage, which I know is a top priority. If it's just kind of phrased in such a way that this is between Anton and us, and no one else needs to get hurt.
Does that sound... Leah, does that sound like something that he would do? If we appeal to the fact of his reputation, maybe how it would tarnish his reputation if he didn't do it.
She nods. The entire premise of his business is that he takes these, she kind of like rolls her eyes, these savages, and turns them into refined, cultured, people. The idea that one of them broke that he wasn't able to break someone, that one of the savages won, that would infuriate him. It would certainly make him mad. I have only seen him mad once or twice. He gets very violent. I don't know if he gets stupid, but he certainly gets violent.
Do you think this would be something that he would see to personally, or do you think it would be he would take his cannon and try to blow up our ship?
That is hard for me to say. Again, the only time I've ever seen him take matters into his own hands suddenly is apparently when you guys were at that tower.
Right.
Yeah. Do you think Nordo could take him on one-on-one? Or...
Boy.
There's no reason to assume he's going to fight fair. No. He's going to come defend his reputation, but there's no reason to not.
It would be a really fucking cool fight, though.
It sure would be.
I would be worried for his safety. I'm sure that Nordo's very strong, and I've seen him do some amazing things. Maybe he could. I like to believe that he could, but why would he have to do it alone? And she kind of looks around to everyone else. You guys are with him, right?
I mean, isn't that how a challenge works? Typically a challenge would work one-on-one. If we bring group against group, who's to say he's not going to bring just a giant group and smash us?
Well, we don't have to tell him group against group.
Yeah, we phrase it in some kind of
Because-
way.
Oh, so we're not being honorable. Got it.
Right.
We're
like-
dealing with a slaver. There's no reason to be.
No, he won't be honorable.
Right, and he's not gonna do this one-on-one anyways. That's why we should just offer Nordo up as bait.
Like we
I feel
capture him and we offer him a bid.
Well, okay. Are you meaning? What do you mean by that? Offering up as bait? As in, with Moat's plan or a different plan?
We have somebody who is credible and who has maybe worked with them before say that, hey, I've found your missing slave. I'd like to bring it to you personally. And then we all go as presumed captives, and then we show that we aren't and fuck them up.
So problems I see with that. After we fuck them up, we're now within enemy grounds.
Yeah, we're gonna do that no matter what.
I know,
Unless
but,
we lure
like-
him out into an
but if we
airship
can,
or
but if
something.
we can pick them off,
Like that's why we have like a billion different ways to get off of that ship. It's getting on and past the guards. That's the hard part.
I guess so. But then we also have to deal with being on his home turf versus if we can lure him out.
Yeah, but we've been told a billion times that we aren't getting him off.
I think trying to damage the reputation could work, and I think that once again this is, taking a lot for granted or hoping for the best here. But I think if we're trying to also achieve the goal of dismantling the entire company, having the skyrite where everybody knows it's happening, and then watching the head of the snake fall, I think that's going to do a lot of damage. Minimal collateral damage. Anton's gone. I can't imagine that they're going to stick around much longer after that.
And we can still go after the Wandering Sun. There'll just be less people for us to worry about on it. Then, like, what if they actually take our weapons and stuff when we're going on there?
Well, we wouldn't have our weapons because whoever is bringing us would be carrying them.
Yeah, but like, why would he bring the rest of us? Why would he not just bring Nordo and lock us all up somewhere else?
Because they're slavers and they
Right.
want all of us.
Yeah, they could just be like, all right, we're taking Nordo to go see Anton, and we're going to take everyone else, and we're going to lock them up so they can be slaves, and we're going to separate them.
I'm so sure this guy can smell a bad deal from a mile away. I don't think he'll fall for it.
I mean, if he wants Nordo badly enough, I think he would go for it even if he knew it was a trap.
Leah, would you consider this man to be very cocky?
Yeah, absolutely. Again,
Enough to underestimate us?
maybe. I do want to reiterate, when he talked with his advisors and his mages about Nordo, he made it sound very important that he was willing to go to pretty good lengths to make it happen. He's not a stupid man. He's insidious, he's clever, he's sniveling. But he wants Nordo, and I think he would be willing to make risks to make it happen. I don't know why. I don't know what's so important or special, but...
I mean, if he's working with the two elemental fractions of the Locust, and they want power, offering him power, they have more power if the Trask is gone.
I wouldn't count on him to be easily fooled, although as best as I can tell, he's just a man. But he is ambitious, and he's willing to take risks to get what he wants, and that might be something you can exploit. He'll be smart about it, but he will take risks.
Well, it definitely seems like we have lots of time before we get there. Perhaps we can draft two versions of a plan. One where we see what we can do to lure him out, and one we can see if Gale's plan about going in. If we can look at them side by side and compare and contrast.
Well, my plan requires Mr. White's body, so we have to make a decision before we leave.
I think Norda should be done with the runs in about 5 minutes, and we can just ask him.
What's your plan with Mr. White's body?
Well, we use Mr. White as the concerned associate who has found Nordo and his stupid friends, and is bringing them as a offering, and we make it as a in exchange for some number of slaves to help him retake Salt Bowl after they fucked with him.
Has word not gotten out that we beat Mr.
Yeah,
White?
I haven't made the check for that yet. Can I go to make that now?
Sure.
Well, that's why we phrase it as I escaped, took these guys out because they foolishly left me alive, and I need some soldiers to go and reclaim my territory, and I'll take some people from you in exchange for these people.
But why would he not just go talk to someone else on the Wandering Sun? Doesn't he more associate with other factions?
Well, because Anton wants Nordo and is specifically going after Nordo.
Ace, with your 21 in history, you would know that even within Salt Bowl, people were only kind of saying it in hushed whispers. A lot of people don't even really know the truth about Mr. White to begin with, much less that he was secretly running things or that he was a dragon or all that other stuff. Unmirage figured it out pretty quick because you had, like, the big public showdown or whatever. But you would know with the 21 in history, news from this podunk little Salt Bowl up in Ajabiata, like, it's not widely known in Willingquet, or even all the way up in Eisenmar.
I guess I don't have writing, so it'd be really hard to spread information.
Right, exactly. And also, they just wouldn't care if some dragon over in Ajabiata died. That, you know, it's the barbarians to the east doing what barbarians to the east do. The important question is whether or not world leaders, and specifically the people on the Wandering Sun, would know. That, with a 21, it's a little hard to say. Leah has mentioned a couple times that he has advisors, and that some of those advisors are magical. You get the sense there's probably at least a little divination going on. You would also know for sure that NSS has at least one cleric on their staff who is very powerful. So it's possible, but it's mostly a question is if they would even have a think to or have the thought to divine it or care to divine it in the first place.
One more question involving that. This is going back to whenever we found the girl who was trapped in the machine. Whenever we were, I don't remember if I was awake at that time before they took her out of it. But when I saw her, did I see her inside the machine because of my true sight? Or could other people see that she was in there too?
Oh, fuck me. Are you...
It was. It's really hard to say because I died like right before I saw her physically. I don't remember if they got her out before I woke up.
Yeah.
But could they see her in the machine before they freed her?
I'm pretty sure you only saw her because you fucking died.
Yes. But when they had the machine, could they like see anything in the cage or anything?
When they had the machine... Oh my god, hang on, double checking. Notes. Crosswinds.
The reason I ask this, while you're looking this up, is like I'm wondering if someone were to be in his body, if someone had the ability to see true sight, if they would be able to see that it is not, in fact, Mr. White inside his body.
Well, we'll find out when we do it, because you'll be able to tell us right away.
Do we have... Nomad, do you have non-detection?
Yep.
Could we just do non-detection on whoever's in there, and Mr. White will not be able to have divination used on him?
I think
Would that cancel out true sight? If it is being used as a spell and not like a creature's ability.
Non-detection wouldn't.
It would take a mind blank.
Yeah, non-detection just prevents like divination spells from.
Yeah, but if someone if someone casts a spell that gave them True Sight, it is a spell.
For the duration, you hide the target you touch from divination magic. Can't be targeted by any divination magic or perceived through magical scrying sensors. If
Magic,
somebody,
not spells.
yeah, if somebody was using magical true seeing, non-detection would work. And I think most true seeing is magical.
Other than maybe like a creature
There
that
is
just
no
innately has
thing
it.
that isn't. I
Well,
feel
if it's
that
if it's like a creature's ability, I
An
wouldn't
angel,
consider
right?
it to be a spell. Yeah, like an angel, like for yeah.
Angels are magic as fuck.
It's
though.
still
Like,
magic.
They
So-
they are magic, but it's not a.
So to clarify, because I presented this wrong, it protects you from anything that is divination magic. The true seeing spell is divination magic. An angel's ability, it's hard to say, but at the very least, you would know that the true seeing spell is divination magic and is therefore blocked by non-detection.
And I feel like that wouldn't be out of character for someone to just have non-detection on them if they're, an underground mob boss.
Sure. And Moat would be able to back this up with this mercenary thing. Totally common. Protection from scrying and divination is like, that's black market 101 right there.
Do we have any way to protect whoever's in his body's mind, so that they also might as well just?
Yep. Got that covered. Not that it helped.
So yeah,
Help.
non-detection would help against, like, say, magical items.
Okay, so it looks like we have a idea for both. But does Mr. White know Anton? I guess
It doesn't really matter.
yes, it does. What happens if Anton starts talking to him about things that we don't know about?
Once we're in the room with him, it's on. Like,
What about on the way to him? It's not like we're not going to run into anyone on the way there. Anyone could be like, "Oh, I heard you were coming, Mr. White." Blah blah blah. I'm just saying, like, probably a good idea to have our bases covered.
Yeah.
I know
I trust Flick to be a good liar.
As an angel currently.
For now. Assuming that Flick is willing. He's dead. It's over.
Damn.
Never mind. Moat,
Man,
how do you
ruined.
feel about lying?
I'm pretty good about lying. I'm less inclined to move my soul from body to body.
I have the ability to lie. It just depends on if I take on his meta stats or not.
I'm also better at persuasion, so I'd probably go that route.
Yeah, I'm more of a persuasive individual. I would do it in a heartbeat, quite frankly. But I'm not quite as competent at my lying. I get really twitchy.
And
I choose not
with our
to
checks
lie.
last time, well, how often can the semblance engine be used?
Infinitely.
So-
as far as you guys did, like 12 people back to back.
Well, hear me out. I feel like I'd be a good candidate to test it out, because if you look at me, you take away my little darkness thingy, I am the most vulnerable person in this group. If he's in my body, it's going to be so easy to take him down.
I would like to.
So what I'm saying is, maybe we could, before doing anything else, we could test swapping.
Well,
And
that's
then-
what the chicken plan was for.
I know, but what I'm saying is we can see how it affects us internally. Like, do I get his, confidence?
I think we're pretty certain that no. Based on Fee, whatever her name was.
Fiera.
At the very least,
Oh, I thought we were pretty certain that we didn't know.
At the very least, Fire has submitted that at no point did she feel mentally different, except from the fact that she was literally mind controlled for a little while.
Wasn't she just in a robot, not another body?
Yeah.
Okay,
So she was in a holding.
May I-
Okay,
She wasn't really.
That's a fair point. There could be a difference between being in a machine and being in somebody else's totally different body.
So-
May I make a suggestion?
Yes.
Fyra, if you're willing, we could put you in Numad for a short time to see if you gain Numad's, like, intelligence, or we use yours. Then we'll take you out again.
Yeah, this seems reasonable. already basically just a soul without a shell, I would love that, actually.
You may. If you wish to stay in UMAD as well, you're free to. Body is temporary.
Yeah, and we're already so. I assumed at the start of the session the first thing that would be happen is, all right, we fly to Wandering Sun, let's go. So we get to do that next week.
And killed all the slaves now.
I did all of this. I'm so excited. I'm going to be so prepped for next week. It's going to be great. But yes, we will wrap up really soon. You guys can hammer out any last second details on this plan, and then we'll fly to the Wandering Sun next week.
I'm just gonna do all my spell shit.
But yeah,
before.
Yeah, while we're wrapping up, and yeah, Moat, feel free to take off. We'll catch you next week.
Yep. I'll see you guys.
Good luck.
Yeah, I'll send you your change back as soon as I'm done
Oh,
figuring
okay.
out which spells I take.
But yeah, if you want to try and fire out, all you need are the diamond dust to activate the machine.
Yeah.
Oh, there's a cost to it. I forgot about that.
Yeah. Do we have diamond dust, Elise? It's not like we're using it for resurrections.
I think she did actually have a little bit. Let me go see how much she's got.
Buy it from you. I'm not just gonna take it, Elise. Don't worry. Do they have trees here?
Yeah.
How big are the trees?
They're pretty decent, kind of palm trees, I guess. We got big cacti too.
Yeah, where can I get redwoods?
Redwoods? You would need to head up to Western Willingquet, or possibly Finesse. You'd need to go somewhere that's like very, very. Actually, one place you could go is that one vampire city that you guys went to that one time.
Oh my god, they have redwoods.
Yeah, absolutely.
Does this place have charcoal?
I want to go back there so bad.
Absolutely. There's charcoal everywhere. Elise also has some diamond dust that she can sell.
Okay, is it enough to transfer?
Let me double check. I'm trying to remember how much this costs.
100?
Does Newman not have a soul?
Nomad does not have a soul.
He's just like a puppet?
Nomad has a fake consciousness that doesn't really learn anything. He does remember things, but mostly he writes it down for me, which I then read. Nomad is kind of just there to help me cut down the time it takes for me to learn new spells.
He's
Rather
secretary.
invent new spells. Yeah.
He's just a secretary.
He gathers the research materials. He writes annotations, things I could normally do without learning new things.
Yeah, she is just going to supply all of the diamond dust that it takes for this. It's no problem. They have a lot of it in the treasury. And you guys are able to activate this. I believe, and I need to double check, I think it is 1,000. I have it written somewhere, but I'm trying to dig through my notes.
I think it was less
I thought it was 500,
for like a fake
but I
body.
forget.
Right, it depends on whether you're making a body or just transferring it. Transferring is cheaper.
Yeah, transferring is cheaper. This one's just transferring a soul into a vessel. That's kind of organic.
But either way, I'll look that up between sessions. For the time being, let me get, just because this is the first time that it has been used, let me get some sort of a Tinker's Tools check from whoever's operating it.
Okay. Me and Gale? I'll help Gale.
Ooh.
Whoa!
Is that
That's
a 45?
That's a 45.
Holy shit. 45.
Gale has mastered this machine.
I was going to say, I think 45 is also the new highest roll that anyone has gotten in my campaign so far. Holy fuck.
Sorry, 51.
You gonna flash that just to show off?
Just to show.
Holy
No
Yeah.
one
shit,
Gotta flex.
though.
You gotta flex on everyone.
You gotta flex it, man.
Fuck
51
me,
is
though.
the newest.
51.
At
Wow.
least
I swap everybody's
Iron
bodies.
comes back to life.
Did you say 51?
Yeah.
Jesus.
51.
Holy fucking Christ. Okay. The process goes flawlessly. Everything goes exactly according to plan. It is painless. It is seamless. It's quicker than it normally would take to. In fact, you're able to get the entire thing done over the course of only about 35 minutes, whereas it took about an hour each when it was still tethered to the machine down in Pleiades. So over the course of 35 minutes, Fira and Numad kind of each hook themselves into the machine. You begin to activate it. You feed it the diamond dust to power the magic. And Fira in Numad's body and begins to try to speak through Numad's terrible mouth, which is
Telepathy.
yeah. There's an awkward minute or two where it kind of seems like everything went horribly wrong, but it's just because she's like trying to adjust to the body and especially to this terrible mouth that she's
kill me.
yeah, exactly. There's a little bit of that going on. After a moment, though, she is able to connect telepathically with all of you. And after a little bit of kind of testing, she looks down at her hand. She learns which muscles control the weird tentacles that are now dangling off her face. Although you can see that sometimes
Why
they,
are
like,
my fingers 3 times longer than normal?
yeah, and you can see like she almost trips when she falls. She's very like wobbly, like when you get a new pair of glasses and it feels like you're 3 inches taller than you were before.
Try gliding. It helps to just glide.
She doesn't even begin to try telekinesis yet because that is way beyond her.
11.
There are also still points
It's
to where
easier to not trip.
her like face tentacles are like rubbing over her own face and swatting into her eyes and shit because she's still learning how to control that. However, telepathically, it's me in here. It just feels like I'm somewhere new now.
Yeah. So, do you feel smarter? Do you think you can use this body's abilities, or are you using your mental?
I feel like me in someone else's body.
Okay.
I get the feeling that I could eventually do new abilities if I learn how to work these things. And she swats at a couple of the tentacles on her face.
Here, could you do? I'll teach you one of the cantrips I know, and we're gonna point it at that. It's
okay. Give me. Oh boy.
and
Does she have access to Nomad's memories?
That's a very good question. She you see that Numad kind of like stands there and squints, and she's like thinking and like, I don't think so. It's not like I'm suddenly remembering things that I didn't before. No, not really. At least if so, it's not like, I don't know. It's not like I suddenly, you know, I don't think I'd learned his memories or anything.
I understand. Here, and he like shows her like a somatic component and like the verbal component of like thaumaturgy. Well, it's just verbal, so I just kind of teach her how to make a sound with the mouth. It's like.
You spend a good 30 or 40 minutes trying to see if she can just like suddenly cast cantrips she knew before. Taking a good time to show her the motions, explain the components.
This body knows this. Can you?
What you kind of eventually suss out is that anything that is biologically inherent, she can do. So in other words, she does eventually kind of get the hang of like, lifting herself an inch off the ground and with telekinesis and stuff like that. Even that is a bit of a stretch because that's kind of like something that you have to control mentally. But it is something that is biologically inherent to Mind Flayer, so eventually she can do it.
So it's like wild shape.
Yeah. As for casting spells, it doesn't seem like she just suddenly learns all the spell casting.
She doesn't have his feats. She doesn't have his like memory. She doesn't have his spells. So that's neat.
Okay.
So if you turn into Mr. White, you'll get his HP, I think. You'll get his dragon powers, but you'll keep your skill proficiencies and your mental proficiencies.
So we bring over our mind, but we have his body.
It's a full upgrade, basically.
So in order for this to work, we would need it to be someone like, as Gale said, Flick would probably be the best person.
Sorry for this body, Fire. If you wish to stay in it for a while, you may. Just say when you wish to leave.
Wait.
That if it gets too weird.
If
did we say I was the best choice here?
I mean, tell me a lie.
Okay.
Or don't. He winks.
I slept with your father last time we were in Salt Bowl.
This is a lie, right? You know I can't tell.
1 second. character sheet.
Oh wait, you're. Oh yeah, this isn't yours. This isn't your stat, so it doesn't really matter.
His deception's actually, I think, the same.
Oh okay.
Or it actually might even be worse. The second.
Okay, so the angel's better at lying than regular.
No, I think Flick is better at lying than the
Okay.
angel
Makes
is,
sense.
because it's not proficient in it, and Flick
Is it true?
Let me roll for it. Where'd it go?
Let me roll to sleep with your dad.
No, it's to see if he believes my lie or not.
If it's
Roll
not,
to
if it's not proficient,
Sleep with
then
my
there's no way.
This should be a +7.
Oh, then you can't lie to me.
Huh?
Like,
I have a +14. I rolled a. I have a +15. And I rolled a 34.
Oh, then I have a D4 too.
So it's not
'Cause
going
of
to
the-
be anything that I change for this campaign, because I understand we're already pretty committed. But I am going to parenthetically insert my rant about how insight as a lie detector is the craziest shit, and I can't believe it's in this game.
So, I feel like that's more of an issue with DMs than the system.
I mean, maybe, but like the rulebook is pretty explicit that you can make wisdom insight checks to determine if a creature is lying.
And then Flick would be.
Then what's the point of deception if it's not lying?
Right. And to some, okay, so like the slippery slope here is what's the point of any mental skill check? It should all just be, yeah. So like
I feel like
get it.
I feel like deception should be lying and knowing when you hear a lie. Both.
Yeah,
I don't feel like you need to have insight like that.
yeah. I feel like if you're good at lying, you typically. I mean, maybe I'm wrong, but should be good about picking up if someone's lying because you're trained in it.
No,
Yeah.
that's
Just like if you're a trained painter, you can tell if you look at a painting how good the painting is because you're trained in
I
that.
think that there is a certain point where there is an actual art and science to sussing out whether someone is lying. I do think that, first of all, it's the sort of thing that is a process, not just like, hey, tell a lie and I'm going to read your face and find out if you're lying.
Oh yeah. Obviously, I'm just.
But that is how 5e kind of runs. I don't know. This is a rant for another time. I'm not going to change anything for this game because that's how it works. This is my own little personal weirdness about how I think
It's a little weird.
Yeah, it's just a weird thing that doesn't happen in real life but happens all the time
Yeah.
in D&D.
It's also weird how insight isn't just used for deception, but it's also used for persuasion and intimidation. It's like a cover-all for three
Right.
different things.
Yeah, and I do like the other uses of insight. I think it's a cool skill.
Yeah, it's still good.
well, you don't have to worry about it because we're going to be playing Pathfinder anyways, and that's just the perfect system, and it fixes everything.
No, I was
It's-
I was actually about to see that this is something I think Pathfinder does terribly too. Because in Pathfinder, they
It's
just
just
wrap
perception.
they just wrap it into perception for some reason. It's like even worse.
Wow.
So we did it. We found a thing that PF2 does even worse than 5e.
I can see how though. You're literally looking for tells.
I guess. I don't know. It's
Like fucking increase in breathing, fucking eye twitching,
Sure.
fucking red
I guess what I'm saying though is
thing,
that is
fucking
such an
looking away. It's all the things. Everything that gives away a lie is like a physical thing that can be perceived.
I
So,
mean,
you know.
I kind of, but like being able to read that shit is not everyday stuff. Like that's
Yeah, like-
that is
It
something
isn't.
that criminal investigators spend all like that's an incredibly specialized
That's what
skill.
proficiency is.
That's like saying that like someone who's a sniper whose job it is to like be on a lookout far away could also just read someone's like emotions and understand what they're thinking.
Right.
Like the ability to notice the nuances doesn't mean you're trained in those nuances.
Right. In my opinion, it should be like a specific lore skill. It should be like or a toolkit, right? Like it should be toolkit body language to do that
Lore,
sort
yeah.
of thing.
Yeah, it's usually a lore. I don't think it's a tool.
Yeah, and
Because you don't
PF2
have
would be a
tools.
lore. It'd be like a lore
A
body
mental
language.
toolkit, so you have your lore.
Lore
Yeah.
body language.
Lore body language.
Oh, then it'd be medicine.
No, that's different.
Oh, I mean, you can just have psychology
I
then.
was going to say, that's a difference between biology and psychology.
Yeah, they could just make it like psychology,
Yeah, I can
and that would
see- I
just
can
be the
see
ability of reading people, understanding people.
Yeah, I could see a lore psychology. That would make a lot of sense. That might be how I run it. We'll see.
Yeah.
But this
Uh,
is for later. This is another time.
Actually, society is a skill.
Society
I think
kind of works too.
It might
yeah.
fucking work because that's like that's all about reading the room and knowing things about like. It's like not just reading the room; it's also about like knowing
Oh, that's a
people's
fun,
family.
That's a great character.
No, that's not. Get the fuck out of here.
It has a 16 and a
Yeah.
5. I'm happy.
So during
But the 5 needs to be offset by a 17, because otherwise you're just
Oh,
big
no.
overpowered.
oof.
That's another
Oh,
thing.
Oh no.
I think
In
that's
fact-
roughly what I started with Ace.
Oh!
there's a good character.
Holy shit. Anyway, we're super over time, but next week we'll pick up here. You guys are
yeah.
flying to the Wandering Sun at the start of next session. I hope you have a plan by then.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Question: can I do some
Sure.
time wasting stuff
Sure.
so I don't have to waste it later?
Yeah.
So can I go ahead and make all my rolls for all of my merges?
Yes, absolutely.
I have 15 rolls to make.
Hell yeah.
Do you need help?
I mean, if you want to, I was going to probably do a few of them while you guys were getting the body transferred, so I can just do a few
yeah.
on my own.
Oh, then you probably have to because new man can't help.
I don't remember how long does it take to